He let the beats build bitch, and we never switch. Even if I'm rich, I'll be broke like I'm Mitch. Niggas talking down, but that's headed in the wrong direction. But I knock that shit out like the boxing section. Cause they can't touch what they can't see. All I gotta do is be the same me. All I gotta do is keep it G. Always be the same me. While I'm solid, boy, they can't change me. No.
What's going on? What's going on, man? We live from the boxing section, man. What's going on? What's going on? What's going on? Yeah. It's fight week, baby. It's fight week. So it's going down. We got Edgar Berlanga, man, coming back off injury, coming off a little layoff. So we're going to see how he reacts. We got Calvin Davis getting busy. We got Shushu getting busy. We got Zaniel Zayers getting busy. Yeah, man. So most of these guys are friends of the program. So, yeah, it's exciting. It's exciting. So April 30th, Shakur Stevenson versus Oscar Valdez just got interesting. Now, not only do we have Troy Isdale on that card, but Keyshawn Davis is on that card. Shout out to LW Boxing, the worldwide leader of boxing news, man. We got Keyshawn Davis fighting April 30th. So we got to go to Vegas. We got to be in Vegas for that, man. It's going down in a major way. Super duper excited for that. If you want to join the panel, link is in the chat. Salute to Santos Boxing. Salute to Victor. Appreciate you for sliding through. Yeah, it's exciting. I'm super duper excited as it pertains to these fight weeks. It's starting to cook. It's starting to get up and running. Come on, man. Yeah, he's fighting. You know what I'm saying? He's fighting. But salute to Andrew Charles, man. Salute to you, big dog. Indeed. Okay. So let's take a look at. Pull this up. We'll talk about Edgar Berlanga. Yeah, I'm excited about this fight this weekend, man. I think it's gonna be a nice card. We're gonna be able to really enjoy it. It's gonna be a few knockouts. Everybody loves knockouts. All right, here we go. All right. So Edgar Berlanga versus Rose. This might turn out to be a good fight, but Edgar Berlanga is a knockout artist. I think he's learning on the job. I think he's getting better at setting some stuff up. So I'm excited about that. 817, man, join the panel, man. Join the panel, man. We can talk about whatever this is you're talking about. Shout out to 817. But yeah, so basically, I think he's going to look good coming off of injury. I think he's learned on the job, so I think he's getting better at setting up a lot of his offense now. I think he's going to set it up a little better now. I think he's learned from his last couple fights where he was just looking for the power punch. I think he's going to set it up nicer this time. I believe that he's going to really get a knockout. I think he's going to get back on that knockout streak. So I'm looking forward to it, man. I think it's going to be a tell of the tape when we see what's going down with him as it pertains to him being ready for this fight. I think that 817, I'm going to get you in a second. I think that he's going to be readier for this fight. I think his mind's going to be more focused on this fight. I don't think he's going to fall in love with his power in this fight. So I'm looking forward to it. Zaniel Zayers, hell of a young fighter. Great kid, man. I met him in Atlanta. Great fucking kid, man. I want to see that guy win. And he's a great fighter. He works hard. So I'm looking forward to seeing him get busy. Calvin Davis, I met him out in Atlanta as well. No, I met him out, was that Vegas? Vegas. Met him out in Vegas. For the Bud Porter fight. Cool young dude, man. We chopped it up for a while. Him and his two brothers. So I'm looking forward to him getting down. We were at the fight, Deontay Wilder fight. We sat together at the Deontay Wilder fight. So I always look forward to seeing him get busy. Without further ado, man, I'm gonna get the tyrant, the irritant, you know what I'm saying, the over talker himself, my dog, 817. What's going down, big homie?
Bastard, what's up, man? What's going on?
What's going on with you?
Man, say, look, bro. I need everybody in the chat that want to see a good scrap to start donating $1 a day until the fight date. Somebody really tried your boy today. I tried to stay as neutral as
Oh, talk up a
possible.
little bit, bro, because I don't know if it's my shit or your shit.
Yeah,
Oh,
I think it's. I don't know. I don't know because it's
hold
low
on.
on
Let
my
me check
end.
something real quick. Hey, 17, can you hear me?
Yeah, it's better now. It's louder.
All right, yeah, got it. I'm okay.
Let me
There we go.
let me make sure mine right too.
That was my shit. That was definitely my shit because I can hear you clear as day now.
Okay. Yeah, man. I'm on over there with Kwame. Of course, you know what I'm saying. And of course, anytime you go over to Kwame, if y'all ain't on with Kwame or loyal to the game boxing, y'all need to get with it. But anyway, I'm over there chilling, listening to Kwame, and of course, you know he got Drico in there, and he doing his normal thing. And you know how I get. He just didn't like what I had to say, but it all ended up with coach trying to put us in together for a good little scrap, bro. So we supposed to be trying to get the money together to meet at a neutral site to get it in. Can you believe this shit?
Hey, so you telling me it's about to be some fireworks?
Bro, I'm serious in a heart attack. You hear me? I'm serious in a heart attack. I was willing to buy his ticket.
Is he willing to get busy though? That's the question.
Well, he say he's scared to come south of the Mason-Dixon line. See, what he did was he talked himself into something. He said some hot shit, and then he turned around and told me to be at the fight. Well, what he didn't know is I already bought a ticket. So when I replied, "Oh yeah, I'm gonna be at the fight," I already bought a ticket. Then all of a sudden he didn't want to fly down here. He wasn't coming down here and all of this other shit. So you know they kind of got called out in the chat. And I mean, you know, over over a good 20 minutes of argument for me charging him up, he finally decided that he was willing to come to Florida. So now, now, I mean, I told him I'm willing to go. And I'm willing to buy your ticket, scrap for nothing, and put it on for everybody to see. You know what I'm saying? Real talk. But yeah, man, it just got stupid. But real talk, we supposed to be reaching out to Kano Loco to get some real shit going.
Man, listen, you know, Blue Blood. He got ties with Street Beefs.
I know it, and that's what I told him. I was like, "Your man Blue up there. I mean, he already got it going. We can do it on Street Beefs, bro." Hey, look, Kyle, I'm willing. I don't think he is, Kyle.
See, the thing is, this is what people don't understand. See, they don't understand that it's not even about an ass whooping. A fight, you know, the fight. It's not even about losing or winning. It's really about respect. You know what I mean? When I get into a fight, I'm not worried about winning or losing. You know what I'm saying? I'm more worried about just you get my point across, letting you know that, you know what I'm saying, I can't let you play with me. You did what I'm saying? So whether I win or lose, I can't let you play with me. You know what I'm saying? And that's the thing about it. So I guess we got to wait for 817 to come back to finish talking about it. Oh, here you go, right here.
Yeah, my bad.
817, you hear? Yeah.
Yeah,
So what I was saying was, for the most part, for me, a fight really ain't about winning or losing. It's more about, for me, it's more about respect. You know what I'm
right.
saying? My thing is winning or losing ain't really the point for me. I'm showing you that shit, nigga. You're gonna have to show me that you could beat my ass.
And Kyle, I look, as much shit as we talk back and forth here, you know what I'm saying? It be all about boxing. And really I try to keep it there. You know what I'm saying? But it's certain people, once you point out some shit, certain people don't like it's like telling somebody that you been acquaintances with, right? And they've been able to go around and tell this lying story all the time and you know what I'm saying, and use you in the line story because you ain't there. You know what I'm saying? So there's
Right.
nobody to question the story on. So then when he finally tries to lie and you happen to be there, then you can correct him and tell the story properly. He don't like being made out of ass, and that's kind of what happened. Drake was saying some shit that didn't make sense. I pointed it out and how he liked to run in circles, and then the shit got all out of line. And I'm saying that to say this. It happens here sometimes, it happens on other channels sometimes. You know what I'm saying? Generally, most of the time, we all recognize it and laugh it off or whatever, and some of us call it out. But I think the way that I call him out, how I call it out, and was so accurate, he just didn't like, and then it escalated. And I'm saying this all to say that's not my shtick. That's not what I came here to do. That's not even what I got on here for. You know what I'm saying? We all grown, regular, work, most of us normal working people. You feel what I'm saying? Ain't none of us no top condition athletes or whatever. But what we all must do is find a way to respect each other. And as a man, and as a man, you know what I'm saying? I'm not going to allow myself to be disrespected in some ways. Some things you can walk away from, some things you have to confront. You know what I'm saying? And I mean, I just want it to be understood. It's not my intention here. It's never my intention here. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm. But what you intend to happen ain't always the facts.
Fact,
Ain't always how it's gonna be. You dig what I'm saying?
facts. And I told him, hey man, afterwards I dap you up and go on, but I want that. I want mine. So I'm gonna reach out. I've already reached out to Kano, and I'm trying to see what's up, bro. I'm trying to look at that, and I want it to be on live, and I want y'all to be able to put it on the shows. You know what I'm saying? Real talk. So I'm on one tonight. What's good, man? We can talk about anything tonight.
Well, shit, I'm trying to figure out is it gonna go down or is it just talk?
Shit, from what I understand, on my end, it's going down, bro. Real talk. Look. I told him, I say, okay, you don't want to come to Texas, where you need to go? I'll buy your ticket, bro. I'll buy your ticket to put hands on you. You can come for free. I will buy his ticket, bro. I'm not capping. I don't really think he wanted, but I'm gonna keep putting it out there. You know how we say Andre need to do Canelo?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I'm gonna keep putting it out there, Drake. Like you gonna have to come see me. Either you gonna clean that shit up or you gonna have to come see me. It's just how it is, man. This time is just how it is, y'all. This might be the first one for the LDBC.
That's crazy.
And like I say, I'm like you. I'm a game nerd, bro. I got my 5 on right now. I'm waiting on ESBC to come out. Man, I'm chilling, bro. You know what I'm saying? Smoke, chill, talk boxing, man. I'm a cool cat. I can't wait till you come down here, Kyle. Real talk. Cause
Man, I'm
we
trying to listen. I just the exempt just went through, so I might have action, boss. You dig what I'm saying? Your boy might have some action at this shit here.
man, I can't wait, man. I can't wait for my people to come on down, man. Real talk. Like, I don't feel no animosity about this shit. I love it. It's the one space where we can talk amongst like people and talk about shit that we love. You feel me? And it feel like I can't go a day or two without it. When I take these cruises, it be fucking me up. Cause I can't get on the show and at least listen or watch replays or nothing. So it ain't even like that. You dig what I'm saying? But there's a certain line that all of us cross. Hell, Kyle, me and you got heated the other day at each other about the politics going back and
Mm-hmm.
forth.
Mm-hmm.
You feel me? But I ain't gonna never get out of line with you, Kyle, because it's all love. You're a grown ass man, and I respect that. You feel what I'm saying?
Yeah. The thing about me in this channel that I've always tried to do, I gotten away from it a lot. But I need to kind of get. We used to just be so respectful on this motherfucker. You know what I'm saying? No matter what, that's what we got to do, man. We got to get back to the respect level being there. You know what I'm saying? And shout out to the oldest motherfucker I know
Centos.
in this YouTube shit. Centos, what's going on,
What it
baby?
do? What's up, A17? Been
What's up,
quiet,
old
man.
school?
I guess I've been
What's up?
quiet too, hadn't I?
Man,
You know,
hey, look, a
man,
week
we
without,
living,
I
man.
go a little while without your wisdom, and I start acting a fool.
Yeah, I miss you too, bro. You know what? I haven't been on the panel as consistently lately as I was, and I've had some personal issues I've been trying to deal with, man. I wasn't gonna say anything for a minute, but I'm gonna tell y'all what's up now, man. I got arrested on the 6th of March, Sunday evening, in
Ah,
my home. In my home, man. The most
what?
humiliating feeling I've ever had in my entire life. You know, somebody come in my house, gonna tell me what I'm gonna do. I'm not even breaking any laws at this moment. They're gonna tell me what I can't do in my house. And long story short, I get kicked out of the house um, on some bail stipulations. Well, this is what happened. My granddaughter, um, she's the older she gets, the more defiant she becomes and hard headed. Like last year, she went off on my wife, just completely went off on her. Then I checked it, and she went completely off on me. And I started chastising her. Little gal, she punched me, man. She kicked me. She scratched and gouged my leg until I bled and all that. You know, I told my wife she got to go. She can't live here. You know what I'm saying? Now, mind you, my family's a blended family. I'm the only one in that family that's not blood kin. So anyway, because I've had several of her family living with us at one time or another. So anyway, I moving forward, I allowed her to continue to stay there, right? I let my wife, play the game with me. I let it roll. I love the little girl. I love her now, but I'm not willing to continue to deal with her. You know what I'm saying? Because I don't have to. When I pour my heart out to you and open my door, I know but you can't run my house, or you're not gonna be disrespectful in my house, or we're not rocking. You know what I'm saying? So I've told, like the little girl like to get in the kitchen and cook when there's no supervision around. She's not at that point where she can get in there and cook without making a mess or screwing up some stuff. You know what I'm saying? That's why I've been telling her, you do this when some supervision is around. And might sound sensitive, but I got a waffle griddle that I kind of hold it a little. I bought it for us, but I bought it for me to use. You know what I'm saying? Now I'm okay if my wife uses it, but I'm real particular about that because this waffle griddle, you got to clean it up a certain way. And I'm the type of dude, man. I'm kind of particular about some things. You know what I'm saying? So I
You
keep
don't
this
want that
thing
shit caked up, and you don't want it
right.
caked up in
I
there, and
want
you
it
don't
to
want it halfway
right.
clean.
Exactly. So I keep it on the top of the refrigerator because we got so much crap in there. We got a small kitchen. I keep it on top of the refrigerator, and I keep it looking practically new. You know what I'm saying? Every time I get a little dust on, I knock it off. Well, anyway, I noticed for about 4 days, this griddle is not sitting up there on top of the refrigerator like I left it, like I remember it. I'm a type of cat, man. I might not. It may seem like I'm not paying attention to a lot of stuff, but I have like a photogenic memory of how I leave my crib. You know what I'm saying? If something's out of place when I get back, I notice. So anyway, I'm noticing this waffle grill, something strange about it the last few days. The cord is hanging. I don't do no stuff like that. I keep the thing wrapped up. You know what I'm saying? And so being I'm busy, I didn't take no time with it. Well, that Sunday, I rest in the bed for a little while. Then I get up, take my shower, and because I was supposed to go run out to do something, but I decided not to do it. So I decided I want to cook this little meal I've been wanting to eat for a while. So I put that in the oven, and I figured me and my granddaughter eat that until my wife get home, right? And my refrigerator in my kitchen leaks every now and again, and so I had a puddle of water down on the floor, so I put it out. I'm getting ready to take care of the business on that. And I noticed more about this waffle stuff falling off the top of the refrigerator, all this stuff. But anyway, I finally look at this waffle griddle, man, and this filthy, man. It's got pancake batter all. I mean, it's just jacked. And I opened it up, and man, my heart just dropped. I was pissed, man. It's like no one even attempted to clean it up. And I said, I know good and well my wife didn't do this like this, knowing how particular I am. And so I called the little girl. I said, her name is DeAsia. I said, DeAsia, come here. And I said, have you been messing with this waffle griddle? She hesitated before she would answer. I said, no, yeah, you did. You did, because you're hesitating and you don't know which answer to give right now. And I said, I have told you about, cooking in this kitchen without supervision. Now, and you're not one supposed to touch this particular item. I said, next time you touch, you're going to get your butt spanked. I said, now clean it up. But before I could tell her to clean it up the second time, she said, why are you yelling? And I said, because I told you over and over again and several times, I do not like hard-headed children. I said, I don't told you, and I said, you keep doing stuff, to get under my skin. You know right from wrong. And I said, to clean that thing up before I rat-a-tat-tat that tail, I'm getting ready to go and call. She's stormed out there. She's going to call somebody. I don't know who she was saying she was going to call. I couldn't tell you to this day the last person she said, the last word she said. Next thing I know, I told her, I said, yeah, you can call whoever you want, but not on that cell phone. Bring a cell phone here, because that's one of the ways I punish her. That little gal, man, she went in that bedroom, locked that door, man. I'm trying to bust the door down without tearing it up, you know what I'm saying, with my shoulder. Because I thought I could just pop it with my shoulder. Nah, it wasn't open without me just, destroying my own door. And I wasn't about to tear my own house up, you know what I'm saying? So I told her, I said, I'm going to get your butt out of there. But the whole time I'm pushing on this door, she's screaming like somebody is just killing her, man. I mean, going off, and she's on the phone. And turns out she's on the phone with the police. She's, get away from me. I mean, she just, and to me, it's a big game, you know what I'm saying? But I didn't realize who she was on the phone with at the time. So when I realized I couldn't get this door open without tearing it up, I go to back to the kitchen and resume what I was doing. I said, it's all right. You got to come out of it eventually. You know what I'm saying? I said, you're going to clean this thing up. You know what I'm saying? I'm determined she's going to do what I tell her to do. Next thing I know, ding dong. So I go to the door and it was the police. I said, hey, man, I said, come on in. It's a hard-headed child in that room. Take on up out of here. She can't stay here anymore. Take on up out of here. and the officer was like, hold on, sir. Hold on. Let me talk to you for a minute. Do you have any ID? I said, ID? I said, man, look, you came to my house. I'm not giving you no ID. You know what I'm saying? What you asked me for some ID for? And next thing you know, he called for some backup. Now, that officer, the first one, was not unprofessional. And I thanked him at the end for not being unprofessional. But anyway, he calls back up in another little white cat, looked like a tall version of Pugsley, somebody with blonde hair. And he came to the door with attitude. Now, I already got attitude, you know what I'm saying? But when he came, I said, yeah, come on in. That little bad child that's got to go up out of here. Y'all can go in there and get out of here, Now, well, let me back up. Before the second officer get there, the first officer there, I said, open the door. The police is here. Open the door. So she opened the door, and she's still screaming at the top of her lungs like somebody doing something to her, man. And she wouldn't come out. I said, man, go in there and get her, And by that time, the help is coming. Then he come there talking crazy, want to treat me like I'm like I don't broke a law or something, you know what I'm saying? And I'm like, man, look at me, man, I'm gonna stand where I want to in my house. I said, you gonna respect me in my house. This is my house, bro. I said, you ain't gonna talk to me any kind of way. I'm not gonna talk to you any kind of way, but I'm gonna do it. This is my house. I want her out. That's what you need to do. Take her out of here. Nah, she's a child. Now I understand all that, but I'm pissed off. You know what I'm saying? Then he gonna tell me if I don't come and stand in a certain place in my living room that he wants me to stand at, I'm gonna get arrested. Man, I threw my cell phone down because I was trying to call my wife. I threw my cell phone down. I said, man, arrest me. Well, I got to give it to the guy. He kept that energy. He arrested the nigga. You know what I'm saying? He arrested me, he roughed me up, man, and put the cuffs on as tight as he can, raised my arm up as high as he could, you know. And I was just saying, man, you ain't got to do all this. You ain't got to do all that. I wasn't resisting, but that's what he charged me with, resisting, and that's what supposedly got me ran down to the police precinct. All right, I heard him call it in and everything, right? Now,
How the hell you get arrested for resisting and you told the motherfucker to arrest you?
Yeah, exactly. So I'm gonna tell you what I learned. A17. These police can they can say anything to make it sound like you resist. You know. So that's what I found. Now mind you, I told you I had just got out of the shower, right? I had on a tank top t-shirt, had on some gym shorts, no socks or nothing, had on my house shoes. They took a brother up out of his crib, handcuffed up, across his yard with his house shoes on. Something I never do. I don't, my house shoes, if I go outside with them, I gotta stay on concrete. You know what I'm saying? Dry concrete. But look, when they taking me out there, my shoes balling up, about to come off, man, and I felt like Chris Tucker when he was trying to stop that car on Friday. You remember when he couldn't, his car wouldn't stop, and his feet curled over when he was trying to stop it, using them like brakes. That's why they were taking me up out of there, man. But anyway, they take me to my little local police precinct. They booked me. After they booked me, they take me in front of the commissioner. I think that's what they call it. I know in Nashville they call it the magistrate. But anyway, get in front of the commissioner. This helpful. She tells me that I have 2 counts. I'm like, 2 counts? I'm like, what is this for? So she tell me that is, I'm charged with domestic assault. And that gave me I took her back at that point, right? And I said, domestic assault? I said, why I get on the assault charge? I didn't touch anybody. I didn't put my hands on anyone. You put fear in her heart with your words. You said some I never heard of, but it's some law you can say certain things and it may sound threatening to a person. They can lock you up and charge with
terrorist threat.
Assault.
Terrorist threat.
It might roll around. It might roll in that. She didn't say terrorist threat, but it might be in that same category. But anyway, so one thing I do know, it's a domestic assault. Folks don't like that on your record. You know what I'm saying? So now in Tennessee, I found all this out during this process. In Tennessee, if you get any kind of domestic assault charge, they got an automatic hold for 12 hours on you. So now the second charge was resisting arrest. Okay. They're both misdemeanors, but the domestic assault was the highest charge of the 2. So anyway, I told her, I said, well, I don't really feel good about signing this paperwork. I said, because I don't agree with either one of the charges, especially the domestic assault charge. She said, that's fine, sir, but if you don't sign it, you'll have to stay in jail until your court date. Now, my original court date was the 16th of this month, which is what, 2 days. So, I had 10 days I had to put in there after being in the smallest holding tank I ever been in my entire life for, 14 or so hours, whatever. Because them 12 hours turned into 14. So anyway, man, I'm out here. Now, the stipulation was I couldn't go home to live. And if I needed anything out of my house, I have to go with a police escort. Can't call my granddaughter, which I wasn't going to do anyway. And I could call my wife, but me and my wife been having some issues. We had a talk in January and all that. And I feel like she's been faking the funk anyway. But I know how she feel about the little girl. Cause I knew she was gonna ride with the girl, So anyway, I'm in jail and I'm telling the I said, well, I never thought I'd get a divorce. I said, but I know we're getting a divorce now. You know what I'm saying? And everything I told these guys in jail, man, I said, my wife ain't gonna, if she ain't trying to check on me by now, she ain't checking on me. You know what I'm saying? I said, it's over. You know what I'm saying? So anyway, I get up out of there, man. I go to the house with the police escort. My wife goes into the bedroom with my granddaughter, as if I'm, something going on with us. My wife was at work, by the way, while all this was happening with me and my granddaughter. But anyway, so I go around the house, get what I just got enough stuff to last me till today. You know what I'm saying? Get in and get out. And so I've been from one hotel to the next hotel. It get a little expensive. You know what I'm saying? Brother been hot. They've been thinking, been hurt. Thinking about how much love I've given this family. For 21 years. It'll be 21 years on the 21st of this month. So anyway, so it's all good. So man, we go.
Hey, Santos.
Yeah.
Being a stepdad is a thankless job, boy.
Man, I was just gonna say that as soon as he finished.
Yeah, that's true. But see that, and I knew that. That's why I was showing them all these years how much I truly love them. You know what I'm saying? And not faking the funk with them. And so, and I've been preaching to all of them. We family. Nothing different. No, I don't call the little girl my step granddaughter or the other grandkids. I call them my grandkids. You see what I'm saying? So, words have power. You know what I'm saying? Of course, the day I get arrested, police asked her who I was. He's my step granddad. He's married to my nana. Normally she tell people I'm my granddaddy. You know what I'm saying? But that day, division. You know what I'm saying? But anyway, all this time I've been out, my wife never reached out to talk to me. Never text me. Never called me. Anything, bro. Then my attorney, I hired an attorney like 2 days after I got out. And everybody was telling me to hire one. I was like, nah. But then there was a black officer that escorted me to my house. He said, no, you need to get an attorney. Seriously. He said, that stuff will get dropped. He said, but get an attorney. I'm just telling you what I know about. I said, all right. And then my CPA told me the same thing when I went to see him the next day. So I went ahead and got me an attorney, right? But when I got that attorney, man, I mentally and spiritually, well, I don't really want to say this on air, but I was done at that point. You know what I'm saying? With everything. So anyway, I run everything down to this attorney that I'm hiring. I hire him. He's assured that he can get me back in my home before the court date and get those stipulations dropped. You know what I'm saying? And he's for sure that he can get all the charges dropped and expunged, taken off my record. I said, all right, cool. So I break him up what he said he had to have. I'm laying there going through the motions. So that Friday came. I was hoping to be back home that Friday. Ain't nothing happening. Turns out I hadn't been arraigned yet. And I didn't know it worked like that. Because, see, where I come from in Nashville, you go to jail. So I thought they were arraigning us the same night, at least the previous times I've been in jail, So anyway, he said, yeah, you hadn't had an arraignment yet. And I didn't know that when I was talking to you. He said, we got to go in. Court is basically for the arraignment. He said, but I'm going to try to talk to the DA and try to get this thing dropped that day if I can, So moving forward, a lot of hostility going back and forth. Now, my wife, I didn't tell y'all this. My wife is mad at me. She said, because, okay, my granddaughter, I let her use my tablet. I have 2 tablets for my business. One, since I'm only using one, since I'm the only driver, I keep one in the house. Well, my granddaughter's been using my tablet for 1.5 years to do homework and stuff, right? And supposedly, let me back up. The day before me and my granddaughter had our little situation, I had punished her for allowing one of her friends in the house before I got home. And so that late afternoon, instead of embarrassing her, when she came back in the house from kicking it, I told her she was grounded. And I told her why. Well, anyway, she pissed about that, from what I hear. Well, anyways, I said I get a hold of my best friend, let him go to my house, get my wallet, so I could pay my bill, and because I was, I wasn't waiting on no bail funds, but if I could have got one, I would have used them. You know what I'm saying? But anyway, he goes over there, and I told him to grab some pants or something, some shirt, because I said, man, I'm practically naked down here. So he gets to my wife. My wife told him she couldn't find my wallet. She said, well, come inside for a minute. Well, anyway, she get him inside, and she hands him the tablet. iPad, of course. And she said, "Your boy, he's been acting funny lately. He don't change." And she said, "Look here, he been texting women, uh, going back past September of last year. You know, now I'm I'm a man. I have come in contact with hundreds of women throughout my life, and I've made good impressions on 95% of those women throughout my life. Now, it might have been business or it might have been pleasure, but the majority of the women, I ain't gonna say the majority of them, but a lot of the females that I've run across over the years, I communicate with to this day, not in a pleasurable way, in a friendship way, because I've given them a relationship advice and stuff like that. And when I started having some issues at home, they were giving me, you know, advice from a female's perspective. So I keep these women around. You know, I don't cut no woman off. If a woman call me and cut me out, talk crazy to me when I'm driving these trucks out here, I don't cut them off, man, because that phone call, that cussing out may save my life one night. You see what I'm saying? So I may not communicate with them often, but I accept their calls still. So anyway, my boy is telling me that she sold him some texts saying something about some sex and some inches and all that. I don't know nothing about all that. First of all, never in my entire life anyone from a tablet. Don't know how. Okay. Second of all, a lot of people say it could come from your phone. You know, if you got an iPhone, I don't own an iPhone. I never have. I've always had Androids. So you know, I'm like, bring something else. So then I ask questions. I'm in jail when I first hear about it, and I'm asking these young cats that's up in there because I know they know about iPhones and all that. I said, can FaceTime? When you get a FaceTime call, does that record on your device? They said, nah, once it's over, it's over. I said, okay, so I'm gonna eliminate that process, you know. So then I said, well, can your tablets pull text messages from your cell phone, even if it's not an iPhone? They said, no, it don't communicate with Android. I said, that's what I thought. So anyway, even my text and my phone don't have that kind of information. You know what I'm saying? I don't talk to women like that, no text message. If I'm gonna talk sexually to a woman, it's just like I'm talking to y'all on this panel right here. I'm gonna speak it verbally. You dig what I'm saying? So anyway, she's all pissed about this. I'm still to this day trying to figure out what text information to her. Now my granddaughter's supposed to found the information, supposed to turn it over to my wife the day before. Okay, and so I'm you know, my boy telling me all that. I'm like, man, I don't know what she's supposed to have, because I know I ain't worried about it, because I know I hadn't done anything like that. And I said, now she got anything? I said, well, wait a minute. I said, Siri, when I'm talking on my cell phone, when I'm in my truck or when I'm at home, if I got either one of those tablets by me, sometimes I'm recording my conversation. They spit back my conversation to me in a text form. I said, maybe they're saving that stuff in the devices. And I didn't know how to retrieve it. I still can't figure out how to retrieve it to this day. And no one has given me assurance that it doesn't save that information. So
Nah, that's like if you, let's say if you want to text Kyle, right? And you driving,
yeah,
you know what I'm saying, and you
yeah,
don't want, and you can't type, you know, you hit the little microphone or whatever and talk,
yeah,
and
I know that.
it'll put it in text there. But that's just like,
Right,
you know what I'm saying, you texting, you talk texting basically, and I mean that's
right, like
just like
yourself.
any other text, right? That's just
See
like
this,
any other text, you can
but see what I'm
erase it.
talking about is when like you can be sitting around talking, because even my Android does that on Google's voice assist. You can
Yeah.
be sitting around talking, and all of a sudden these words start popping up on the device, and that's what the voice assist or Siri or whatever is listening
Now,
to
Pete,
your message. These phones
you
are
can
always
turn.
listening.
Right now, you can turn your mic off now. I got the settings on my phone where you can turn your mic off, where where
I didn't know
Google
that.
ain't listening to you all the time. You know what I'm saying? I
Yeah,
got it on my phone right now. And sometimes when I'm in these lives, I have to remember, like, let's say I'm talking about something that I feel like I don't want nobody to know about to somebody
yeah,
else. You feel what I'm saying? Then
yeah.
I'll swipe my phone down, turn it off, but I'll forget. Like somebody will call me and they'll be saying hello, and I'll say hello back, but I forget I got the mic turned off. So, I mean, that's a thing, but I mean, there's nowhere that stuff is recorded. You know what I'm
Right.
saying? Like,
That's what everybody's telling me, man. So I don't know. like I said, I don't know, and like I said, if like I told, she even said, my wife even said something to my attorney. He reached out to her a few nights ago to see where her head was going to be before we go to court, right? And she said the reason she hadn't got in touch with me because she didn't think she could. She was just under the impression from the officers that I could reach out to her, but she couldn't reach out to me, which don't make any sense. But anyway, she said, but the main reason is because she's upset about these text messages. So I told my attorney, I said, well, man, I'm not even worried about that because last time I checked, there's no law against flirting. And I said, do I flirt with women? I said, yes, sometimes. I said, they flirt with me. Every now and then I flirt with them, but nothing serious, just having fun. Plus, I talk live on YouTube just about every night and I'm driving. I said, I'm not worried about it. I said, the thing is, I've never cheated on my wife, so, she ain't got, I'm not worried about what she has, because, I'm dying to see what source of this information she's supposed to have, and she's showing people, and that she's upset about. I have both tablets myself. I got them, the day I got out of jail, but I have dissected those things. I can't find nothing that they're talking about. I guess I just don't know enough about them because I'm more of an Android type person. But anyway, she still didn't reach out to me. And we go to court today. The DA talks to my wife and my granddaughter about what he wants to impose on me for the next 30 days if they're okay with me coming back into the home. And they both agreed upon it. You know what I'm saying? And so my attorney brought it to me. They read it to me. I said, that's cool. I said, I wasn't planning to talk to them anyway for a while. You know what I'm saying? So I signed it. He sent it back. And so my attorney feeling good. And I'm thinking, I'm going to tell you, when I woke up this morning, I was very, I was convinced in my head that these people were not going to allow me to go back home. I was convinced because I realized a few days ago, to them, this is a game. A game just told me that they have control. It don't matter who's paying that mortgage, whose name is in. We run this. We come to your house, snatch you out there when we feel like. I felt like I was captured by some colonizers. That's what I felt like. It's the most humiliating feeling I ever had. And the reason being because I worked my butt off, worked hard. I try to love my family, and just to be humiliated that way and to be shown that regardless of what you say or what you feel, we'll take all this away from you. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Basically, man, when you call them to your house or whoever calls them to your house, they're in control from that point on.
Yeah.
Once they show up at your front door, that's it. You don't have any more control. They're in control from that point on. And absolutely. So, with my wife, I let her know. I mean, from the giddy up, you ever call the police to come here? We done.
Okay, I didn't want to say that on the air, but you already know what it is. Okay.
Because here's the thing. I already know, in most states, if the police come to your home, somebody's going to jail, especially if it's over some type of domestic dispute. Yeah. Someone's going to jail. And the fact is that, Black men, we don't a lot of times we don't survive those encounters. Right. So when I look at it, if my wife calls the police to, which we don't have those kind of conflicts. Everyone gets into a little argument every now and then, but we keep that to a discussion, not an argument. Right. The discussion. And, when it's all said and done, if, at any time the police show up, then you put your life at risk. Yeah. I mean, because you don't know what that police officer's background is. Let me say this one thing about one thing. Go ahead. Okay, I had this one incident where I had a fire alarm that went off in my house because one of the some of the wiring, and this, I don't have an old house or anything like that, but some of the wiring was defective. And so I kind of got an accurate odor. I called the fire department. The fire department came out, but the police department came with them. And so I was wondering when the police department showed up, I'm like, what are you guys doing here? Right. And so the fire department wanted to come in. I let them come in the house and I showed them down where I thought the acrid odor was coming from. And I asked the police officers, I said, hey, do you want to come in the house? One of them said, yeah, I'll follow you guys in. The other one said, no. So one police officer comes in with the fire department, and we're looking through, where we think this acrid odor is coming from. I come back upstairs. The other police officers in my house roaming around my house. You see what I mean? He didn't receive permission to come in, but the bottom line, because he was there, he felt like he had jurisdiction over my home.
Yeah.
Even though he wasn't supposed to be there, because no one ever called the police department. So just be careful dealing with that situation, man, because
that's the reason I'm speaking on it. One of the main reasons I'm speaking on it right now is on this panel is because I want the fellas who doesn't know, like I didn't know, because just like me, you may find yourself in your home not breaking any laws, and you figure you the man of your home, and that you have a say so. But no, man, they come there, and I'm gonna tell you something. I was telling the guys, don't put your hands on me. You know what I'm saying? Because I knew in my mind I haven't broken any laws. I'm at home chilling. You know what I'm saying? Trying to run my household. And then the guy want to grab me and try to rub up or whatever. Now I see what he's doing, so I relax and I let him put the cuffs on and all that. But he's still trying to jerk me up. You know what I'm saying?
Oh, no
trying
question.
to rough me up. And so I'm thinking, I said, man, I don't want this child to see me get beat down in my own home or shot and killed. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So, I'm going peacefully, but not happy. And I'm telling, I said, all right, you don't have to do all that, man. You don't have to do all that. You know what I'm saying? I said, all right, I'm gonna have to sue you. You know what I'm saying? I'm talking like a nigga don't went to Harvard or something. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
But I'm pissed. I'm pissed off. I want to get some get back. But at the same time, I know I don't have the cameras up in my house that I bought over a year ago. I never could get them to work, But anyway, so, 2 officers and me, it wasn't gonna work. And this one officer, he did all that stuff unnecessarily. The other officer wasn't trying to rough me up. He was just there to assist to make sure I didn't get out of line with the guy.
Right.
So
I'm telling you, man. Just to reiterate one more time for the guys on the panel, anyone listening. When you call the police to your house, you don't have any more control. And if they show up at your front door, you got a problem on you. I mean, if you get a decent person that shows up, then you'll be okay.
You'll be okay. Exactly.
But you're rolling the dice. You're rolling the dice, man.
And see, one day, the officer told me the next day that escorted me to my home. One was a brother and the other was a Latino. They were very respectful. They didn't give me a hard time at all, man. I mean, they kind of felt sorry for me, and they were like, why did they arrest you for that? I said, man, I told the brother just like this. I said, because you didn't show up. You know what I'm saying? He knew what time it was at that point, So anyway, he let me in the crib. This is the first when I first got out, and I was able to go throughout the house, long as I didn't go where the kid was and get whatever I needed. They didn't follow me or anything. Matter of fact, they told me, because I thought they had to follow me. He said, man, this is your house. Do what you need to do. I told her, I said, man, you know what? I like the way you said that. I said, that's what I was trying to explain to them yesterday. You know what I'm saying? So I went around, grabbed myself, okay, moving forward, I was trying to get in my house Sunday night. I finished doing some work, and they wouldn't allow me. Talking about I had to be within reasonable hours. And then, I went to the precinct and used their little phone and to call them, and they give me all this runaround and all that. And I said, man, look, my wife is not asleep. I have Ring doorbell, so I can go back and see whatever it picks up. You know what I'm saying? Or I look at it. But anyway, I knew she wasn't asleep. She had a lot of people here, and for whatever reason or another. But anyway, I knew they were active over there. And the police wouldn't allow me to go in there, and they weren't going to escort us. But what I found out, those reasonable hours that they're talking about is their reasonable hours, not the family's reasonable hours. And so, anyway, I hung up on the officer because I was pissed. I hung up on whoever answered the phone. And I leave. I get a call on my cell phone. I was just I understand you're going through a rough time and you're upset, and I understand, but and you really can't understand if you've been kicked out of your own home. So You know, I ain't trying to hear what he was talking about. Those nice words, but you weren't trying to help me. So I don't know why you called my cell phone. But they were calling to make sure I wasn't going by my house anyway. You know, and he said, I just want to let you know because you hung up on me. I said, you darn right I hung up. I said, you weren't trying to help me. What we have to talk about? I'm not going to stand there and let you, you know, talk to me like, you know, you want to help me, but you're not going to. So anyway, he tells me that well, I'm just letting you know, according to the stipulations of your bond, don't go by the house. Go to your house, you'll get arrested. I said, man, do you think I'm stupid? You know, I said, man, I don't need you to tell me that. I know what the stipulations are. I'm not stupid, you know. But I also, you know, let them know I take business. And I said, man, you know, and I'm thinking in my mind, why would I jeopardize, you know, operating my business, which that's the only way I can survive out here now, you know, by going, you know, to the house. I mean, I didn't get arrested for being violent. You know what I'm saying? That's where they would treat me, in my opinion. So anyway,
Yeah.
I get on about my business, and then you know, with this court thing that's going on today, like I said, the DA, my wife, myself, and my attorney, we have an agreement. We all sign off on it. They called me up to the podium. The judge does, and she asked my granddaughter, how did she feel about it? She said she was okay with it, and she said, why? Why are you okay with him coming back in the home? She said, well, you know, she's a child, so she don't know what she was saying. You know what I'm saying? She said, well, I think it's easier on my nana this way. And she said, well, we're not talking about what's easy for you now. This is about you. And my wife was trying to tell my granddaughter, so she said, no, ma'am, be quiet. Talk to the child right now. And she said, well, first when she said, how do you feel? She said, what do you mean? Then she said, I think it makes it easy on my nana. And then the judge went on from there. She said, well, do you feel safe with him in the house with you? She said, yeah, I feel safe. I don't feel threatened. And she said, and it was clear that she told the police that she called him because she didn't want to spank him, first of all. She told my wife the same thing. My wife told the attorney. And so that's an opening. So everybody in the courtroom hear why this child called the police. So anyway, the judge said, she asked again, she said, why do you feel safe with him in the house? Because you called the police on him. So I'm thinking the judge getting ready to go to the child. You know what I'm saying? She said, well, I mean, you know, I've always felt safe in the house. And, you know, we don't really be around each other anyway. You know, I'm in my space and he's in his space. She said, oh, that's an awful way for a child to have to live. She said, oh, no. I'm not allowing him back in the house. And my attorney was like, what? Your Honor, we have an agreement, me and the DA, and blah, blah, blah. You know. And then she going on, she said, no. And she said, no, he's done this before. Now, see, I was demanding for her to be taken out of my home, okay? And when the police got there. And the year before, she flipped out on me and my wife. And I told my wife she had to go also, because the last time I spanked her was in February of last year. She went off on my wife, and I was getting in her stuff, and she went off on me. So I was chastising. She punched me, kicked me, scratched my leg, gouged me till I bleed, all this kind of stuff, you know. So I told her why she got to go. You know what I'm saying? So
Santos, real quick, just real quick.
Yeah, go ahead.
When Kyle clicked in and said being a stepdad is a thankless job, I couldn't do nothing but co-sign it, and I'm gonna say why. Okay, here's the thing, right? I've been in that role. I'm in that role now, but I was in that role in a different relationship for 10 years, and I just want to say this, right? The boys that I helped raise, they was real close in age. They're a couple of years close in age, right? These boys are in high school now. When I came in, they lacked discipline, but they was cognitive enough. See, kids cognitive enough to know what the fuck they doing and who they can manipulate to get what they want out of, you know. And generally, these children that don't have that didn't come up with a full unit in their home and a full functioning unit. And what I'm saying by a unit, right? I'm
I know what
saying
you're saying.
the original mother, the original father, the
Right, right,
original children. You know what
right,
I'm saying? No other elements,
right.
right? You know, anytime you know you bring, it's just like an atom. You know what I'm saying? Proton, neutron, electron. You can't bring a new one in and think that motherfucker gonna work the same. The DNA is just a little bit different. You did. And so, as that stepfather, you always gonna be in that position of no matter what you do, it's always gonna be them. You know, and you have to go in understanding that. You know what I'm saying, and accept that. Now, I say that to say this: these boys, they put sugar water all over the living room and all over the furniture. Initially, when I first got in this relationship, right? And I seen the signs on the wall, but you know, love, you know, stupid too. You keep going, right? But when these kids pulled the Centos, they looked me in my eyes. They knew I wanted to whoop that ass. You hear what I'm saying?
Hmm.
They looked me in my eyes. They knew, but they knew, you know, with the situation being was as it was, me and their mama was fresh in the dating or whatever. I didn't have that jurisdiction. You see what I'm saying? So it was like, hey, we getting away with this when you know we're not getting our ass whooped. You know, and the mama knew too, right? But we continued
Right.
on in the relationship and we got to that point to where they was, you know, where it had to be talked about. But this is what I did, Centos. I took them boys and my girl and her daughter, and we all went to, you know, a family get together, and I made sure the entire family was there. And then I sat them down and we all talked about the issues that we was having, discipline and school wise, right?
Right.
And we talked about all the discipline we tried to provide, like you talked about, taking shit away, all them things. You know what I'm saying? And all them things wouldn't get nothing accomplished, right? the
Right.
family the family concluded, you know what I'm saying, that hey, they already understand that this unit ain't original or whatever, and they know how to manipulate and do what they want to do with each and every one of us. That's what they done done before. You know what I'm saying? I brought the shit out to the table.
Right.
So the family
Right.
agreed that hey, if you call his daddy and his daddy ain't willing, if their daddy ain't willing to come over there and do daddy like he's supposed to, and you daddy everywhere else and paying bills too, you got that jurisdiction too. But just make sure it's in the proper way, it's tasteful, and that Neek, which was my ex at the time, she always around, right? That was the key. That was the key. So that's so and I had a previous situation where I had a teenage child. I was dating a woman. I had a teenage child try me. After paying a $400 light bill, she wanted to stand and talk with the door open. I pushed out the door and closed the door on the Centos. Next thing I know, I'm out of there with all my clothes on the corner. So I say that to say this. When it comes to them kids, man, and it's not an original unit, you got to wait till they people around and you got to bust their image and you got to be willing to say what need the fuck to be said. And if your if
Yeah.
your
I can't hear
if
you.
your mate if your mate not willing, if your mate got an issue with it or whatever, I don't give a fuck what you done put in. You're gonna have to move around because it ain't gonna work. It's ugly. It's fucked up to have to say it that way, but I'm telling you, man, kids are manipulative. I tell them all the time. I don't negotiate with the little terrorists.
Harry.
You know
Kids
what I'm saying? And,
don't.
and I mean, it's a goddamn shame for you to pay bills in your house or whatever. I done it too, Centos. You know what I'm saying? I done paid bills for a place where I couldn't stay with kids because we was having an issue. So, you know, I know how it feels to be broke and still have to try to make it to work, and you paying bills for a place you can't stay in because when people done told you you can't. You know what I'm saying? I've been there. So I know exactly what you're saying. But the one mistake I think in all of this is what was that you confronted the child when she wasn't there. You feel what I'm saying? So you couldn't put the
Mhm.
shit on blast and the child behavior on blast and draw the line at that point. Look, man, this is ain't gonna be no scratching me and all that old bleeding and shit. If it come to that point, she had to go in or I had to go. It don't get to
But
this. You know what I'm saying?
that's what, yeah, that's all this happened in front of my wife last year, and that's what I told her. I told her don't bring her back here because they left for, I guess, to go cool off. I said don't bring her back here. She can't stay here anymore. Anytime a child is gonna be that defiant of disrespect, we've been taking care of her since she come out of her mom. See what I'm saying? She's 12 going on 13 now. She was 11 going on 12 then. I said anytime child gonna be that disrespectful, gonna set up and fight me when I'm the one that's providing for her, me and my wife. I've taken her out several times, me and her one-on-one. See, I've been taking care of her on the weekends alone without my wife. My wife work on the weekends. I've been taking care of her
Centos,
for the last 10 or 11 years. Yeah,
that
yeah,
was for her to do. My lady said right here, look, she got 3 of her own. Now look, they still live with their father. You know what I mean? And we get them
yeah,
during the summer, and we get them from time to time. Now look, if they get disrespectful with me or anything like that, I've already drawn the line. But they already know if that's the case, then they got to deal with her. That's when she should step up. It never should have been you whooping that ass. You know what I'm
exactly,
saying? Just like I know it was a
exactly,
mistake.
exactly.
Listen, even though the family co-signed me whooping them boys' ass, you hear me? And them boys still call me today. They understand. They understand still today. I ain't been with
Yeah,
their mama for
yeah,
6 years, but they know. And I still do for them like
right.
they mind when I get the call. You hear what I'm saying? But I had to temper that because I
Yeah,
didn't want to play the fool. But I'm saying that to say this. I knew
right.
even though the family co-signed me whooping them kids' ass because they knew what it was and they knew where my heart was, it was still a mistake for me. I was still
Mhm.
putting myself in harm's way. You know who it was on? It was on their mama. It was on their father to whoop their ass. It was
Right.
on their mama and father to rear them in those situations in that way. Don't put me in that position. You feel what I'm saying?
Mhm.
Because today you might be
Right.
cool with it,
Right.
but
Right.
tomorrow you mad at me, and now it's an issue. All of a sudden, I'm paying for this motherfucking place. I'm being a man of the house and can't even be in the house. And my lady said, you know what?
Right.
She should have whooped their ass. Centos never should have had to whoop their
Yep.
ass. And that's the truth. That's how
Right.
I
Right.
know.
Yep.
That's how I know, Centos. You hear me? A motherfucker can say what they want to about me and what I got going on, but that's how I know this one is the right one. You feel me? That ain't some shit I had to tell her or
Yeah.
explain to her.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Yep. Yeah. It's crazy, man. And then thank God. I've been upset the whole time, man. And then I see somebody in uniform with a badge. I get mad, man. I ain't gonna lie to you, man. It's different, when I'm normally saying F the police or I don't like police, I don't fool police. That's a little bit different because that's just code of ethic for me. You know what I'm saying? And then I got friends. I went to school with them that are police officers, and I have no problem with them. I've met some police officers that have been very respectful and then overexercise their authority with me or in my presence. So I have no problem with it. If they doing their job, I have no problem with the police. I think they're a necessary agency. But at the same time, when they go overboard, that's when I have a problem. So now, being that I've been handled the way I've been handled, I have an issue. I got pulled over 2 days ago in Alabama on some bull crap, or it might have been 2 days ago, and also just I know I was already on the edge because of everything that's going on. So anyway, because my first instinct, if the officers treat me with respect, I have no other way to treat him but with respect. That's just who I am. But I'm like this here. If you treat me like a criminal, then I'm gonna treat you like the police. You know, the second time I go to my house with a police escort, I got the brother that came the first time and a white guy. The white guy is apparently outranking the brother. Well, now I got a person following me all over the house, watching me as I go through my house. I ain't tripping that much, but I'm thinking, you know, is he doing this because so, I had well, I'm not gonna say nothing about that. But after the way the situation started off with me and that guy, he gonna come over. They made me wait for about 45 minutes. First of all, when he get there, he apologized for that, but then he asked for my driver's license. I'm like, dude, I'm the one that called in to get the escort. I said I'm in the car that I explained, and your guy over there, he remembers from last week. He saw me and the guy make eye contact and speak. And he's like, yeah, he was here, but I wasn't here. But I'm thinking, can you just go over there and ask him where I am instead of harassing me with this? I'm tired. I've been driving, probably 18 plus hours. I'm wore out. I just want to get my stuff and go, especially out there at the 9B the night before. But anyway, so I'm not feeling the energy with this dude on a positive note. You see what I'm saying? So as we're going around my house, he trying to make small talk. Hey, I heard you say you drive for a living. Who you drive for? This, that, and another. You know, I'm in my bedroom at this time. I'm getting things, right? He's still trying to make small. I said, that's irrelevant. I kept it just like that, Then he followed me upstairs. Oh, that's a nice picture, What's that, an 80 inch? It looked like it's 100. Is that 80 inch? I ignored him. Go to my garage. He's still talking. I ignored him. You know what I'm saying? So the only thing I told him when I went to my garage, I said, if you're going to follow me out here, be sure to pull the door up because mice get in this garage sometimes. I don't want them in the house, So anyway, the dude, I'm just fed up with all the BS that I'm going through, But as the days go by, I get a little bit more relaxed. I'm thinking a little bit more clearer, still upset and hurt, but I'm getting through it, and I was so optimistic this morning. I just spent 2,100 and something reserving one of those type of like a extended stay type of hotel deal for the next month plus. You know what I'm saying? And I'm up above over $6,000 right now with this whole bull crap. So I ain't liking none of this. You know what I'm saying? But at the same time, I kind of saw it coming, man. I really did. And so I and let me be clear. I kind of didn't want to go home and be around them this soon anyway. I want to go home so I don't be from hotel to hotel spending money after money, but I don't want to be around the family. You get what I'm saying? So,
Santos, hey, listen, I've been listening closely for the last since the new year, fam. Closely,
yeah,
you know what I'm saying? Like really closely when we have our conversation, Santos.
yeah,
Personally, I've had my own feelings about some of the things that you discussed, you know what I'm saying, in that realm
yeah,
in regards to
yeah.
that. Excuse me, but we own here and we respect, well, it's boundaries that you respect as men too. I
Right.
respect the fact, we respect the fact that each other has the comfortability and the respect for each other, that we talk about different shit in this realm and we talk openly. You know what I'm saying? So there's certain shit I would say, you know what I'm saying, to you openly here that I feel is appropriate for us to discuss, and there's certain shit I won't. You feel what I'm saying? But since when you touched on it, said you felt it coming, fam, I'll just say ditto. You feel what I'm saying? There's so many things as a man that we realize that are happening, you know what I'm saying, within ourselves. And the difference in between us and women is they'll make the decision up and still be there, but the decision in their mind is already made. We'll be warned with it as we go and try to deal with it as the end, because we used to compartmentalizing and putting shit to the side and still soldiering on. You know what I'm saying? And that's what you've been doing, it sounds like, over this time. Just in my opinion, brother, you've been soldiering on. You know what I'm saying? Certain shit ain't been the way that you would like it. You know what I'm saying? Or the way that you can stomach it or whatnot. And you've been quiet about a lot. You know what I'm saying? But you've been soldiering on. That waffle maker, think about it. It's a small thing, right? And it's always the small things that lead up to the big things, right? And as many things as you've shared and given in that house, that small waffle maker on top of that refrigerator was one of them ones. You know what I'm saying? It's just one of them ones. So I mean, just as a whole, right? There has to be some give and take, you know, and there's a lot of give on the end of a stepfather and a lot of take too. Motherfuckers take a lot and you give a lot as well. But there's a few things that have to be non-negotiable. A few things, very few. But number one is the respect of the domicile and the respect of me in the domicile. You know what I'm saying? And if that's broken, bro, I mean, what is there to return to? I don't know if you're in a bad area or whatever, but that shit just ugly, man. I mean, the money that you having to spend on a room and all of that shit. Like, what's the recourse? Are you ever going to be able to see any of that back? No. Hell no, you're not gonna be able to see any of that back. So, I mean, man, nobody talks about that end, and it's hard to articulate that as well. It's hard to articulate yourself. And then think about the judge as well. I mean, the child was basically saying, hey man, he do his thing, I do mine. So we really don't interact. So it wouldn't be a big thing for him to be back in the house. She take it as though, you sectioning off the kid to a particular space or some shit, and that the kid don't feel safe roaming the home. Right? And I mean, she's not going in depth, and there's nobody there to judge the judge. We talking about a motherfucker who ain't in the home, who don't know the relationship, who has no idea. And that's the problem with calling the police in the first place. So that's just fucked up all the way around. But I've been there, man. I've been there. And on the cool, man, it's the adults not having control of the children in the first place. The only way that the children feel as though they have the room to pull certain shit is because they emblazoned by the parents.
Yep. Right.
Hey,
I mean,
yeah, you're right, bro. I was hearing everything you were saying on my phone. I got knocked off, but I was able to listen to it on my phone. But yeah, man.
Yeah, I seen y'all backstage.
That's see y'all listen to what my man is saying. That's why I'm saying. That's why I was trying to make everybody understand. We get on here when it come down to boxing, we go ham on each other sometimes. You know what I'm saying? But in the realism of life, we all understand what real life is, and we respect one another to the fullest, and we're gonna do what we can to help each other. Man, kicking straight up knowledge. I've been married 21 years. He said he went through what I'm going through 10 years prior and things like that. It doesn't matter how long he's been married, opposed to how long I've been married. It's a matter of he has life experiences in those areas, like myself. And if you've been through something, you can teach somebody something. You know what I'm saying? And so I love what this brother said, and I appreciate every word.
It's just if we don't share it amongst.
My heart is broken, honestly, not because of the relationship. Like you said, I've been going through some stuff with my wife anyway. Get some understanding with her, but my heart is broken because I know how hard I bled, how hard I've sweated, how hard I've slaved to make this family be what it is, make sure everybody's good. You know what I'm saying? I don't took care of everything and everybody. The only living being in this family that I haven't done something for, and I've only bought him a few little gifts, before he come in this world, and that's the great grandbaby that was just born. That's it. Other than that, I've done it all for everybody. You know what I'm saying? Now I ain't saying they all treat me like, crap or nothing like that. But at the end of the day, when I think about what it's going down to, like I keep telling everybody, my wife and this little girl's a package deal. I'm the outsider. And I know this, so I got to understand that and and deal with it accordingly. Everything H17 is telling me is 100% on spot. And
you feel like you gotta go harder because you the outside entity. You feel me?
I am.
And listen, I tried to explain to my ex fam. Listen, I knew that they was gonna be in trouble, right? We had another lease to sign, and I had told myself, made a promise to myself, I wasn't signing another lease with her. You feel what I'm saying? With the way shit was going, I was taking care of the kids, and she was in the streets, fam. It's just what it was. She had lost that respect for me. So I had made up my mind that I wouldn't, and she didn't think I was, fam. I went and got my own shit, and they had to go find a place to stay. You know how hard it was, how much I love them kids. You know how hard it was to watch them walk out and not know they had a place to stay, but know I had to save myself. So so I understand what you say when your heart is broken because of what you gave, because you already know being the outside entity, I gotta go that much harder. I got like me, I had 4 or 5 different relationships that I gotta establish and keep good. You feel me?
Right.
If one of the kids not feeling me, how me and the mama gonna work?
Exactly.
You know what I'm saying? If one of the family members not feeling me, like once I figured out she wasn't comfortable around my mom and my Jones, I knew it was over. I knew it was over. Because if they can't interact and we all can't be cool, if it's something that we can't talk
Not gonna
about or
work.
get out the way, it's over with. So when them kids involved, it's the same motherfucking way. You can go
Absolutely.
100 miles past 50 and it won't matter, fam, because you the outside entity. It's fucked up.
That's it.
They have to make a decision. They truly do.
I've made my decision as well, but I'm handling my business the way I'm gonna handle it, and my attorney already know what it is, and we're gonna do one thing at a time, one case at a time. But I still love my wife, but we can't. This won't work. You know what I'm saying? Because if it happens once, it'll happen again. And as long as she uphold this little girl and her devilment like she's been doing, it won't change. And I'm sorry, when the police is involved, there's no going back. There's no going back, man. Not for me. I don't know about most people, but not for me. We can't go back behind that. My wife has put her hands on me 3 different times. Now, my wife didn't call the police on me, but still, my wife has put her hands on me 3 different times in our relationship. Not once did I even think about calling the police. You know what I'm saying? So, you know, I mean, I wasn't physically hurt or nothing like that, but you don't put your hands on another grown up, and not expect something to come behind it. But I'm not, I don't fight women. You know what I'm saying? I protect myself against them, but I don't fight women. So I'm like, man, the police been involved in the worst way. Let me tell you something. I got busted and I had to do 5 years federal time. I have no regrets. I have no funny ill will toward the police when that happened. I have ill will toward police when they overexercise their authority or they killing up innocent men and women. I don't care what color they are. But I have no ill will for the police because of the law that I've broken, and I get caught at it. That's part of the game. But when you come in my house and you snatch me out of my home where I bled, scratched, and clawed to build, I have a big problem with that. And then you cost me all this thing. You keep me out of my house, and it cost me all this money. That I can't come back from that, bro. I cannot come back from that.
And I mean,
Our relationship would never be
think
the
about
same.
it. She, man, bro, think about it. It's got to at night when she turned them lights off and go sleep in that same bed, knowing that you put in whatever work, sweat, tears, blood to build that house, to put her in that position, it ought to make her feel some type of way. You feel what I'm saying? Like it's a separation that's gotta happen. You know what? I don't even want to be here. This home remind me of him and everything we done built. Let me move around. Ain't none of that. You feel what I'm saying? Like, bro, it's a lonely, thankless job, man. Kyle, you said a motherfucking mouthful. Centos, I'm
Yeah, he
praying
did.
for you, my brother.
Yeah,
I appreciate it, fellas.
I'm telling them that.
I didn't want to come on here and kill this. It was on my spirit to share this, man, because I've been harboring this. And so I've told a couple of brothers offline, what I was
Hmm.
experiencing. But at the same time, man, I don't want somebody to make the same mistake I made thinking we own this property. We ain't owning jack, man. We paying to live. Even if you own it outright, you still got to pay taxes. We paying to make us
You're breaking up, Cinto.
no longer you're no longer the dominant person of that estate. Y'all hear me?
Yeah, go ahead
I'm
now.
in a
Try it
bad area.
now.
Okay, I say you're no longer the dominant person of that estate. They come in there. You feel it makes me feel helpless, man. I ain't gonna lie to you. It's been crazy, man. So
Here's the thing I
it's
think it is with us. here's the thing I think it is with us, and I'm gonna relate it to employee situation with my family as well, right? We have to understand when it different different situations are going to have different resolutions at different times. All right, and let me explain what I'm saying. All right, when this situation is taking place, right, the decisions we make provides us with the timeline for the proper resolution. You know what I'm saying? Because what don't come out in the wash gonna come out in the rinse. My granny wouldn't lie, and I say that to say this: if in fact, right, the waffle thing is fucked up, you know what I'm saying? You get on her ass, she go up in the room and lock the door. You know what I'm saying? If you decide at that time not to try to make an immediate resolution of the situation, none of this shit probably happens. But whatever's festering between you and whatever probably continues to go on. You feel what I'm saying? But since you chose at that time to try to bring a resolution to it in your own way, all this other shit transpired, and it's gonna bring a resolution to other things as well, right? I'm just saying, when we decide that shit needs to be over, ain't really when the shit gonna be over. We don't have to say, just like you didn't have to say when the motherfuckers came to your house and you feel like, man, I pay for this plot, I pay my taxes, I put everything in this motherfucker. You know what I'm saying? This is my shit. And for you to drag me out, for you to come in and treat me like this is just out of line. You feel what I'm saying? But the timeline for resolution, wouldn't along with yours. You did, and us as a human being, we have this want for instant gratification and resolution when we're in the midst of some shit, especially when we're not guilty. Especially. You feel me? And what's fucked up about this is, who knows? I mean, moving forward, whatever happens, that judge that said what she said about, allowing you back in the house or whatever, you know what I'm saying? Unfortunately, that lady will probably never really know the other side of what the fuck the truth is. You know what I'm saying? Her impression in that 5 seconds or whatever is made up in her mind of who the hell you are.
Exactly.
You know what I'm saying? This is fucked up, man. Like, we don't understand when we going through our daily lives how many positions as men that we put ourselves in that we are vulnerable to. And I think that's where a lot of our aggression comes from. I watched Michael Beasley on The Pivot, you know what I'm saying, ask for help in many different ways, and nobody really understand how he was asking or taking the time to listen. Say, man, being a man in this motherfucker, in this day and time, bruh, you got to give another man respect just on the fact that he trying to be a man as well. And I think that's, for us as black men, I think that's why when the disrespect goes to a certain level, we go to a certain level, because of all the shit that we dealing with just to keep being that man. It's, boy, some extra shit, bro.
Yeah, that's a fact. That's a terrible, terrible, terrible situation to have to contend with, and things just done changed so much, man. Like when I was, a kid, man, like I understood that, I could be chastised by, and when I grew up as a kid, I knew I could be chastised by the elders in my community. And it wasn't no big deal. Like now you literally can't parent your kids. It's like they done literally taken away your ability to parent your children in a decent way without all these outside forces coming in, and shit. I'm in my mid-50s. When I was a kid, I knew if I got caught by doing something I wasn't supposed to do, Miss Johnson could chastise me, get at me. She's gonna tell my parents, and they're gonna get at my ass too. And it wasn't no big deal. But now, man, you just can't do nothing, and it's sad because it puts you in a situation where you can't help raise and teach a young human being how to be a decent person.
The kids know you can't whoop their ass, and they be waving it in your face.
Exactly. Yeah, and it's sad because you know it puts you in a position where like you can't, you know, an older human being's job, part of your job as an older human being is to help a younger human being become the best person they could be. And when you start having these boundaries and these borders to do that, it messes up what's supposed to be a interaction in a human process that we all supposed to partake in. You understand? Because when you start thinking things like, well, I'm not gonna say nothing to that kid. When you know that kid could get hurt by doing what they not doing because it's not my job. When you start having these type of boundaries and like you've been in a situation where you with a particular woman per se and you got her kid, but you can't really parent that child because of these other barriers that's been put up, and that child get hurt because you with the ability for you to be able to be a parent and teach that kid the lessons that they need to know, and that child, something happened to that child because of this, that's just not a good thing.
Your
You
ass gonna
understand?
feel that guilt. You're gonna feel
Yeah,
that guilt because you know
exactly.
you could have gave them something.
Exactly. You know, because me personally, I always been on that, like, because I was the era I grew up in, you know, that's the era I grew up in. Like, like we don't fell so far away from that old proverb, it takes the village to raise the kids. So I haven't, that's the principle I was raised in. So, you know, when I see anybody kids, you know, I see myself. You understand? And I couldn't just sit back and not help that kid. Like, you know, but then again, you know, when I see kids behaving in a certain way, I'm gonna look at the people around them that's raising them. You know what I'm saying? Look at the elements around that child, man. And it's sad because like you can't even do the basic things. This is the ability, they've taken away the ability for us to just to help people become the best that they can be. Like, you know, where I remember when years ago when I got divorced from my first wife, you know, and the sister I was dealing at the time, you know, we had got into a discussion about, you know, my kids, and if the man that's around them could parent them or anything like that. I was like, nah, he could chastise them. You understand? Long as he's doing it, long as he's not abusing them, I would expect that he should be able to give my children the direction that they need
Hey, that's
from the
important. I didn't mean to interrupt, but that's important because you know you got to speak for the other father as well. You know what I'm
yeah.
saying? Since we're talking
Absolutely,
about the
absolutely.
stepfather situation, because I called the stepfather. I mean, I called the father. I called him. I
Mhm.
wanted him to see where they was staying, how they was living, all of that. You know what I'm saying? Before me and her
Mhm.
entered into a place together, I wanted
Yeah.
him to see that.
So that's
Hey,
big.
that
That's
I
big.
told him. I told him, fam, I said, hey, I want you to see, bro, I can provide a roof for him, clothes, food, and everything without your cash. So when
That's
you
big.
provide child support, when you provide that child support that she asking for, understand it's not paying a bill over here, not doing
Yeah.
none of that shit. That shit
Mhm.
going to them and them directly. I can hold mine as a man. I wanted him to see that so that he can have the room and know that I'm respecting him as a man, as a father, and I want the best for your sons as well. We need to do this together. This is the only way it's gonna work.
Yeah. Because look,
You know
the
what?
simple fact is, if you get with a woman who got children, that's a package deal.
It's
You
package.
can't have her and not them. It don't work like that.
The father's a part of that package too. And that's
Mm-hmm.
why,
Yeah.
as what
Fact.
A17 saying, I did something
Yeah.
similar to that.
Yeah.
I didn't give that verbiage to those brothers. but I met each and every last one of the fathers that she had kids with. My wife. My wife got she birthed 3 boys, and they all 3 had different fathers, right? I mean, all 3 of them, got acquainted with all of them, got all of them phone numbers. You know what I'm saying? From day one, make sure they didn't have words, make sure they didn't have to worry about ill wills. Every time I see them, I'm what's up, man? What's up? You know, it's like brotherhood. You know what I'm saying? That's the type of cat I am, because I want you to know your child is in good hands. Your ex-woman is in good hands. I ain't that type. I ain't no dog type of dude. You know, I'm gonna take care of mine. You know, my job was to make sure not only that I take care and protect the family, but also to make sure I didn't put them in a worse situation than what they came out of. So, um, I, you know, I've always been cool with the fathers. I've always recommended cats to do stuff like that, man. So to hear A17 say that, I'm not surprised, because we've gotten to know each other out here, and I know what kind of cat A17 is. He's a real dude. He's about I don't care what conversation going on about boxing. When it come down to real life, this cat know about life, and I know that. My man Puges, we talk all the time. He know about life. There's a lot of us cats that have gotten to know each other. We know who's real, who's not, and I respect everything you brothers say. And I was happy to hear you reiterate that. I know you spoke on it earlier. It is important that any stepfather or any man that steps in the role as a stepfather, with the legal badge of marriage or not, you are taking on a package deal with the mother, the kids or grandkids or whatever, and those outside fathers. Make it your duty to not be beefing with that guy. Make it your duty to get to know that guy and get him to get to know you and have a mutual respect. You ain't got to hang out as boys. You know what I'm saying? But when you come in each other's space, you want to have that level of respect for one another, as that's a man. That's a real man. And I ain't got to worry about my child. I know they taken care of. You see what I'm saying? And look, all them cats been to my house. All of them. I don't invite them all. Yeah, come on over. You know what I'm saying? I don't have no problem, because I'm securing who I am, first of all. Second of all, I want him to know that, see, I look at it like this. If I initiate good spirits and good relationships, I'm going to get it back from them cats, because I figure, they might be respectful cats. I can tell right off. But once I try to make that happen, I'm going to know right off who I'm dealing with. So I have I've always been that type of dude, when I had, with like this situation. But yeah, it's just the way we should be carrying life. But yeah, just know, what everyone is hearing tonight, especially myself, is educational for life. You know what I'm saying? Hey, we're in control until we are not in control. And that's just what it is. Because see, one thing they know they have over us is those jail cells. They have those over, regardless of what we think we are in this world, in this country, they still want to use that bondage against you to try to control you. And some of us go quietly and some of us don't. You know what I'm saying? But at the same time, you want to use your head. Because one thing I know, because what happened to me years ago, getting in trouble, spending some time away from society, I understood the assignment at that point. My freedom gives me the opportunity to do more for my family, do more for me than it does not having my freedom. That don't mean you got to go out here suck butt and all that kind of stuff. I ain't saying that. What I'm saying is you can only go so far with stuff. Just don't be disrespectful. Just be a man. But at the same time, as Clint Eastwood always said in that movie, a man has to know his limitations. And I understood my limitations, because even though I was mad at that little girl, I didn't want her to see me get beat down in that house. I didn't want her to see me get shot in that house. So I had to go. I had to go. I guess because of the fact I'm saying you ain't got to do all this or whatever. Man, want to hit me with resistance or whatever. I don't know. I don't understand the resistance thing, because I see a lot of times men and women get arrested. It look like they complying, and they want to put a resistance to be arrested on them, and I don't get that. You know what I'm saying? When I see something that look obviously that you're resisting, it's self-explanatory to me. But What
You
I
didn't resist the rest. You resisted his authority. When he told you,
that makes
as
sense.
a
That makes
man,
sense right there.
when he
Mhm.
told you as a man, you bring your ass over here and you stand where I tell you to stand. And you
Yeah.
had the audacity to challenge his authority. See that
Mhm.
badge? See, he would never fix his mouth to say some shit like that to another
Right.
adult
I
in
said that
any
the
other situation than him
other
having the
day.
Right.
gun or that badge on.
Yeah, yeah. I said
Exactly.
that to him the other day.
But then
I
And
said
then we
he
so
talk
wouldn't
about
do that
that.
without
We
that
said it.
badge.
We
I
talked
said if
about
he
that.
didn't have that badge on, he wouldn't dare to think to say that
fact.
shit to another grown man.
So it removes that fear from them, and that's the
Yeah.
problem with the interaction. That's what I'm saying. Articulation is key, right? Because you can go to city council meetings or whatever and you can get the opportunity to speak, but when you do get that opportunity to speak, you have to have the ability to hit home where you need to hit home in a short amount of time and get them to feel you. That's why the
Right.
George Floyd video hit harder than any speech a motherfucker could give, because you
Mhm.
can't deny what you were seeing.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
You know what I'm
Absolutely.
saying? So again, man, look at that, and look, when it comes to that, man, unfortunately, we have to be aware of the situation that we are the outside entity and we're gonna lose every time. And you got to know
Right.
when to hold them and when to fold them. And if that man,
Absolutely.
if one of them entities within that cell, whatever, if it's a proton, neutron, electron, that's bad. If it's the kid, if it's the mom, if it's the daddy that ain't on board or whatever, that shit ain't gonna work, man. That shit
Yep.
ain't gonna work
Right.
no matter what you do. And you're gonna be left holding the bag with your feelings and shit and be the one out at the end, man. And the motherfuckers are gonna keep moving on as a unit, as that fucked
Yep.
up unit that they was before.
Yep.
Mhm.
Yep.
Mhm.
Just a fact. And you got to be sure,
100%, bro. Hey,
as
hey.
we discussed, and told, you got to be sure. And this goes for anybody. Anybody.
Yeah.
When you
Yeah.
get into these new relationships and you like the outsider coming in, and I told you this something I got from my mother. My mother, she really made me understand that because I posed that question. If I posed the question was posed to me, and I posed it to her about. But now granted, my parents was married. You know what I'm saying? Like I like the terminology that brother 817 used, the original family.
Right. Right.
That shit there, we was that. So it was slightly different, but she made me understand like that if you come together with whoever you come together with, that unit, you choose that motherfucker, it got to take precedent over everything else. And if it can't,
Absolutely.
that's you shouldn't be with them.
Exactly.
She made that clear to
Yep.
me because I asked her about when it came to her kids or my dad who she would choose, and she said she didn't hesitate. She's like, y'all dad. She didn't
Hey,
fucking hesitate, not one split second. She's like, I
hey,
love y'all, but
I'm
I'm never
tell
gonna
my,
put y'all before him. She said, I'm
Mm-hmm.
not gonna put y'all before him. Because first of all, in our case, like I said, they was married. She's like, y'all wouldn't be here without him. Secondly, he said, he mine, that's mine. And y'all gonna grow up and move out and get your own families and things in my life. As y'all supposed to. As y'all supposed to do. Y'all ain't supposed to be with me forever.
Facts.
Y'all ain't supposed to. So this is my situation for me. And when it come down to it, my loyalty and everything is to this situation above everything else.
Now,
And
now,
if
hey,
you feel
now, say
somebody,
this, Disputes. Make sure you
yeah,
say this now.
yeah,
Understand, it's the woman's faith in the man,
mm-hmm,
right? And her faith in him to not have any ill will or ill thoughts or any lack of proper intention for her and those children. As long as
yeah,
she has faith in that, you know what
yeah,
I'm saying, and faith in
uh-huh,
where they going as a relationship, then that can be directed to the children. You feel what I'm
mm-hmm,
saying? But if
yeah,
that woman got shaky faith on the relationship, she gonna
they
choose
shouldn't be
the
doing.
kids every fucking time.
Yeah,
Every motherfucking time.
well, that's exactly, but that's the point my mom was making. She's like, because if it can't be that, then you need not be in that shit. That's what she explained to me and my brother. She's like, If it cannot be that, meaning that it's not solid there, if that shit ain't rooted in that ground solidly there, then you need not do that. Find somebody you can do that. Because she's like, the thing, she said, the thing that most, she said that 99% of the people do is they don't do that. They don't execute that well enough because of the way the society is set up. Like, you got to be with somebody because you got this like about this person and that person, that we don't invest enough the actual time that you're supposed to do to make sure that it's solid. You know, we will, because your likes of something else or about that individual or just a society that you can't be by yourself for a certain period of time. You need to be in a relationship. All these different things that push you that way, that most people don't take the time to really do that shit. Because you like a person, you don't really take the time. You'll turn a blind eye to clear red flags. You'll find an excuse to turn that blind eye until you get in a situation where what was already really unshaky presents its head, and you forced to deal with that situation. That would have been obvious if you'd have took the time to really invest into making sure that foundation was solid there.
And it's hard to, Bismuth. You got to understand, like the man said, 21 years, right? So, you know, when you get to thinking about all the water under the bridge, all the bills, all the shit that you got going on and put together or whatever, you know what I'm saying? And whatever it was that you'll let the shit die down, you'll let it go or whatever, you know what I'm saying? But that shit is like a cancer, man. It just continues to grow, man. You know, one of the things I got, man, my partner, right? Since I was 14 years old, I said his house was always like the Cosby's when I walked in. Everybody kumbaya, I got along, you know what I'm saying? But everybody had shit against each other that they never brought to the table. Now my house on contrast, it was me, my mama, and my sister, basically. You know what I'm saying? And I mean, the way we talk to each other and the way our entire family talk to each other, you know what I'm saying? Sometimes it's how we talk in these chats. That's why I feel like we family. That's why I feel comfortable going back and forth with Centos, and then we can talk about real shit. It's like I'm with my extended family. You feel what I'm saying? It's nothing different. But that's because I got genuine love for them, just like I got genuine love for y'all. You feel me? That's why if I don't love you, I'm gonna lie to you. And if I got a lie to you, I ain't gonna be around you. You feel me?
Yes.
So when it comes to them situations when I'm in a relationship with somebody or something like that, I'm gonna be honest. You dig? I gotta be honest. I was honest for a lot of times when I was out of them because I knew I wasn't ready. I would tell them, say, man, I ain't no good for nobody right now. I'm trying to be good for me. If you just want to kick it for, you know, I'm the kick it friend or whatever. If you just want to talk or whatever, that's cool too. But at the end of the day, man, like, again, I was just saying, that man, you didn't resist arrest. You resisted his authority. You feel what I'm saying? And that's what many of them motherfuckers go do, because they're not alphas. They're not alphas. You know the alphas? There's some alphas out there with badges. The alphas out there with badges is brothers like Drew Titan or brothers like my man D Free. You feel what I'm saying? Alphas like that man that took you back to the house, that respected you as a man, that understood what the hell was going on. You know what I'm saying? And now, if that man would have walked you in the house and say, man, I still got a job to do. You know what I'm saying? I'd have had people tell me they weren't going to do shit when they in to kill a wife and a kid. You have to respect that too. You feel what I'm saying? But at the end of the day, the man talked to you and respected you as a man. It didn't matter that he had a badge and a gun on his hip. It was two men talking to each other. That other motherfucker, he wasn't an alpha. That badge and that gun gave him some piece of authority. And when you wouldn't stand where he wanted you to stand, then you disrespected his authority, and that's what he arrested you on. And they need to throw that shit so far out the fucking court. And you should have took his badge number and shit. And on the cool, like, I'm different. I'll be asking the judge for 5 minutes in that motherfucker to be able to articulate that shit properly. Because that's the problem with our interactions with them, man. That's the problem, bro. I'm telling you. It's always, man, I'm telling you, any interactions I had with them hoes, it was always one decent one that recognized that I was a man, and that he should respect me like a man, and that the shit would go how it needed to go, whatever it was, whether I was in the right or the wrong. You feel what I'm saying? And then it's always that other motherfucker, the tap on the window with the flashlight, the inquisitive, aggressive motherfucker. You know what I'm saying? That want to poke the bear. Bro, I'm a black man. I'm already going through shit. I'm already think you gonna kill me for a routine traffic stop. This man could have died for a fucking waffle maker. It's real out here, bro.
Yep. Yeah, it's sad, man. Bad.
And she got to realize that. You know what I'm saying? Like, ain't none of this. I mean, you know, I'm just when I'm sitting here and I'm speaking from this side, bro. I can only speak from this side. You know, if you're sitting back and you're thinking about this shit, you know what I'm saying? In this, I'm putting myself in Sento's shoes. Damn it! If I'm sitting back in this room that I done paid for, I'm out of my element. I don't feel safe. All my shit to make me safe is in my fucking house. I mean, come on, man. How much of a man can I feel like right now? You know what I'm saying? I'm stripped of all my fucking dignity. Shit, man. Shit. For what? For somebody else's child. For somebody else's responsibility that they didn't want to take a hold of.
Exactly.
Shit.
I mean, if anything, they should have understood that I was being a blessing in that child's life. But at the same time, and you know, I was just thinking. Can y'all hear me? Okay.
Yeah, go ahead.
I was just thinking, man. You know, I was listening on my cell phone. I got out of the truck for a minute. I had to set my headset because I didn't want to get disconnected, right, from my tablet. But anyway, I got back in the truck and I was hearing some of the stuff y'all was saying. I know the phone is on a little delay compared to the tablet, you know, the live thing. But anyway, man, I was just thinking during that time, I have a lot of disdain in my heart for the little girl because of her being so hard-headed and defiant. You know what I'm saying? But I know I will find it in my heart to love. I mean, I still love the little girl, but I don't want to be bothered with her. You know what I'm saying? I feel like she's trouble, and I felt that last year when she did what she did. So I know I'm angry with her now and don't want her in my household. But I know one day I'll find a way in my heart to forgive her. You know what I'm saying? She's just a child at the end of the day.
Fact. I've seen the child.
And being that being that me and my wife can't get on the same page, it seems, about how this child should be reared, it's the problem that's given to the child. You know, unbeknownst to her. And I've had these issues before about women being on a different page than me when it comes down to the children. Fortunately, those other children were my kids. You know what I'm saying? So I had a little bit more to say. But now, my wife feel like my wife overrules me. She overrules the little girl's daddy, which is my stepson. And she overrules her oldest son, which is her uncle. She does it, and anybody else. And that's where the problem is, because see, my wife is number one in this girl's life. And whoever those kids is number one, that's who they have their allegiance to. And so, you know, sometimes you gotta let them people stay together. You know, you just don't be a part of that. You know what I'm saying? I can't be taking no chance on my life, the possibility I'll be going back and forth to jail, because see, you call them once, you'll call them again. Because see, one thing about our Cento, when it come down to, my mom always told me, you don't let nobody come in your house and disrespect you, and you don't let nobody run your house. I strongly believe in that. And I will always believe that until they put me in a casket and so I'm not going to allow someone to child police nobody, you know, feel like this is not my house. But I'm going to act accordingly the next time the police come into my house. You dig? It don't mean you're a punk. That means you using your head, and you still getting your point across, but you're using your head, and you know, like I said, man, got to know its limitations. And so this won't happen to me again. I promise you that, because of the simple fact, this experience I'm experiencing now. But this is the most. Let me put this in the right context. This is the first time in my life I felt such a total disdain for police officers. because of this experience right here. It has nothing to do with the location. Everything to do with the disrespect that I felt I've been induced to during this time. And I don't want anyone, I don't want none of my brothers listening. I don't care if you white, black, Asian, or whatever. If you are coming to this panel or any other panel in this boxing community, I don't want this to ever happen to any of you brothers or any of you sisters, because it's not fair, it's not right, and at the end of the day, it is what it is. It's the country we live in. This is what we do, you know. So, and it may not be a white-black thing, but the way they carry it out, it might be a white-black thing. But at the end of the day, if they put the trenches like that, it's not always a white-black as the authority thing. I'm in control, you know, when I get there. Now I got a couple of ladies I've been communicating with that were former, you know, they used to be, they used to be married, and they had some issues coming out of their marriages with dealing with the kids. These were women. One of them, but she did get a little physical with the child, but it was a child though. She was chest out. Okay, all right. Sound now.
Try it now.
How's now?
Yeah, try it now.
Okay. Yeah, this one woman, she's for it, man. She said they just want to put you in the system. I mean, they just all this laid out from what she was telling me today, you know. But she moved on, and she's building her home and all this kind of thing, you know. And she's chilling, you know. She's fasting now, but she was trying to talk. She told me to be sure what I want to do for the future of our relationship. I said, yeah, I made my mind up pretty much, you know what I'm saying? But anyway, the thing is, we just have to understand what we are getting ourselves into when it comes down to significant others, and if there are any kids involved. You know, you want to make sure you know that, oh shoot, I think I passed my stop, fellas. But we just gotta. I got further along the Classic Chassis. That was Classic Motors. So I can go on down and look. Let's see. No, it's Fayetteville. I gotta go back. That was it. So anyway, you know, it's an unfortunate situation. I appreciate all the love and the encouragement, man. And I knew. Let me tell you something, man. I have friends back home, but I have, you know, we all got certain types of friends. You know, we got the friend that's down for us for anything. We got the friend that's more of an associate than a friend. We got the friends that we just, you know, they're just comrades. And then we got the friends that are our brothers, and then and that are our sisters. I feel more closely outside of my best friend. I feel more closer to this community than I do any of my friends here in, where I grew up at. Real talk. And I appreciate all of y'all, man. I'm serious, you know. And my man Puges, you know, me and him, we have some offline talks. And you know, I've shared with him what I was going through and whatnot, you know. And he's giving me a lot of support. I appreciate you, brother. But I knew one day I was going to share this. Man. Yeah, I knew I was going to share this with my brothers out here. I just didn't know how soon, trying to see what was happening, you know, whatever, you know. But the thing is, I don't want y'all to find yourself in this situation, because it ain't worth it at the end of the day. And it doesn't make you any less, you know, have to yield to the others for the moment. If you got to yield to them to keep your freedom, I'm advising you guys and ladies to do that, because at the end of the day, when you don't have your freedom, or you don't have your positions that you work for to do with what you want, it ain't a good place to be in. It ain't a good feeling. But it ain't so much that, it's just the humiliation from being disrespected, especially when you don't work hard to create, you know, and produce whatever you've created and produced. These folks, I don't see no checks, so I ain't leaving nothing. I'm supposed to get a check. I don't see no check. No check, no part. So anyway, at the end of the day, it is what it is, man. And everything that's been said, man, I totally agree with, and I totally understand. And you know, I'm just gonna deal with this situation. It is what it is. The worst possible thing that could have happened is happening now. I'm gonna tell you something, man. I don't want to be doing no freaking roadside cleanups and all that bullcrap because I just don't feel like I deserve all that. You know what I'm saying? But at the end of the day, you gotta do what you gotta do. But I'm just looking forward to the next chapter of my life at this point. I made some mental decisions, some heart-wrenching decisions, and I'm just gonna do what I gotta do. But I was a little I'm planning to come to Dallas for the fight. I already have my ticket, but push come to shove, if I can't get anyone to replace him, then I'm gonna give this ticket up. But I have every intentions on trying to make it down to Dallas to see my brothers and my sisters, and I'm gonna need that good feeling. You know what I'm saying? I need to take my mind off of what I'm going through. So I definitely want to make it. I always did have intentions and wanted to make it, but life-changing experiences, can throw your career. I got a brother that I'm talking to that may be serious about replacing me that night, and so I'm gonna stay in touch with him and try to make this happen. So I just appreciate you guys. I'm really looking forward to congregating with my brothers in Dallas when we get down there, man. And anybody that I met through these panels, man, I'm praying that one day before I leave this earth that I get to meet each and every last one of them. The ones that I feel good about, not the ones that I've got a little sideways with. You know what I'm saying? If I don't cuss you out, that means I don't like you. 'Cause everybody
100,
know
man.
I try not to curse. You know what I'm saying? And if I'm talking to you and you don't hear any curse words come out of my mouth to you, we cool. You know what I'm saying? But if I'm talking to you and it look crazy on my end and I'm cussing, I'm out of my element. Yeah, I don't have nothing for you in my heart. Straight up. You know what I'm saying?
Well,
But I'm
shit, Santos,
gonna let you know that too, though. I'm gonna tell you I don't like it. You know what I'm saying?
100 though, from me to
Yeah.
you, bro. I mean, you know what I'm saying. You already know where to find me if it's anything you need to
Oh,
talk about. You know what
you
I'm
one of the
saying.
first
You
persons
already
I'm
know
looking for.
what's up.
Cause
Right, you
I
already
know
know
you're gonna give
what's
me a good
up.
time when I get down there, so I can't wait. You know what I'm saying?
You already know what's
Yeah,
up, man.
yeah, man. Hey, man, I appreciate the
And
love,
look,
bro. You real dude, man. I knew you were I'm gonna tell you something. Your voice was a big inspiration for me to come clean about this tonight, man. I'm just keeping 100. You know what I'm saying? Because I know you real. I know you got life wisdom, and I appreciate that. You know what I'm saying? I don't care what none of us talk about boxing. Why we're passionate about boxing. That's what we do. But when it comes down to life, man, I know who the real ones are out here. You know what I'm saying? And so I have a appreciation for realness, man. And when I hear people speaking with wisdom, man, well, let me tell you something. When a man or a woman can be funky one way to you out of their mouth and then speak very articulately another way and then speak with some realness, I love them kind of people because the genuine you is the realness that's coming through. You see what I'm saying? That don't mean that the other two person that's not real. It just means that you versatile. You know what I'm saying? You can kick it either way. You know what I'm saying? I try to I try to be that type of person myself. To no matter what situation you put me in, I'm gonna make it. I'm gonna be all right. You know what I'm saying? So I respect it and I love those type of people because when I see the realness and the realness is what I can respect it, then I'm cool. You know what I'm saying? I don't care how you flow. We can argue, whatever, but I know at the end of the day, when we're talking about something real, I'm gonna get that love out of you. You know what I'm saying? And that's what lets me know what kind of value I have in a person.
man, I just know at the end of the day, we only gonna make it together. You know what I'm
That's it.
saying?
That's
We
it.
only gonna make
No
it
other way.
together.
No
I
other
mean,
way, bro.
if everything go to shit, that's why, the shit in Ukraine, everybody got their own
Right,
opinions
right.
about why it's going on and everything. But the one thing I do notice, right, is the fact that, like they said, the martial law, whatever, from 18 to 60 or whatever, everybody got to stay and fight all the men or whatever, right?
Mm-hmm.
Basically, to me in my head, it says to me, man, say it's all going to shit, right? It's all going to shit. No matter what differences we have, if we love this motherfucker, we love what we got going on, our people, our families, and everything that we work, bleed, cry and scratch for, like you say, your home and everything right now. You know what I'm
Right.
saying? That we got the band together. So if it's in a situation like that, we can band together. Think about it. You know what I'm saying? We can band together through anything. We can get through whatever differences, misconceptions, innuendos. We can get through that bullshit. But the only way we can do that, the only way, is if we be honest. You feel what I'm saying? Like I was
Absolutely.
saying with the situation with your significant other or whatever, right? When it's really what it is, you know what I'm saying? You got to be honest about it. When that text come through from that ex from 4 years ago, and her dick
Mm-hmm.
done left out the house or whatever, and she hot and she remember the good one that came through and she hit that phone. You
Right. There
did.
it is, right there.
You feel what I'm saying? And it
Absolutely.
start the shit in the
Absolutely.
house. Guess what? You got to talk about it. You got to, and you got
Exactly.
to, and
Exactly.
it's got to be mashed. It can't be
Absolutely.
covered up. It can't be, brushed to the side. It's got to be handled. Shit got to be handled. But the only way we can get to real shit is if we be real with each other. When it comes to this racism, when it comes to mental illness, when it comes to finances, when it comes to all the things that they taught us that we ain't supposed to talk about, if we honest with each other, that shit can be handled, man.
Yep.
Real talk. We can't
Yep.
lose our faith in humanity and we can't lose our faith in each other. And the only way we do that is by being honest with each other. So I'm glad
Absolutely.
that at least this is one space where we can be honest with each other as men and hopefully grow from it in whatever the fuck we talking about.
Yeah. Hey, and
But I'm gonna get out
I
the
want
way,
to say
man. I
this.
gotta I gotta make
Okay,
sure I
bro.
give my old lady some time before I get put out, goddamn.
I'm jealous, man. I know that's right. I'm jealous, man. Hey, his old lady support him.
Man, say
Hey, man,
man,
that's love, man. That's real, man. I
got
respect
to.
that to the utmost, man. That's what it's supposed to be. And I'm gonna say this, man. I know you jumping off, but look here, man. This go for UA17 and all the rest of the brothers I have love for. When we get down there at that fight, man, providing that I'm nothing holds me up from getting there. I want a real bro hug from all you brothers, man, for real.
Oh,
Love
100,
love
man.
first. You know
Can't
what I'm
wait,
saying?
man.
And
Can't wait.
laugh and talk and look, I don't care if y'all hit me with some jokes about my situation. I'm cool with that too. You know what I'm saying? Because I already know what the real love is. I'm cool. Me and my best friend, we go at each other like that all the time. You know what I'm saying? And but we know what the real love is. So I'm good with that, man. I know who I am. I know what I am, and I'm all right with everything. You know what I'm saying? So it's all love, man. And
Hey,
I
the,
like to
the
have fun and
Coxman
cut
gonna
up,
ride
man.
again.
You are,
Hey,
hey, hey,
y'all.
hey,
The
the
Coxman
Coxman.
will ride
Hey,
again. Fuck you
look
mean?
here, look here. Let me tell you something. Give me about a year and a half. There's gonna be a lot of Coxman story coming. He's gonna be resurrected. You understand me? Hey, I got a lot of job applications coming in right now. You know what I'm saying? Talking about there is a Coxman gonna ride again. I said, yeah, he gonna ride one day, but not right now. But just stand by. You understand? Hey, just hey, we keep these
Salute, y'all.
pipelines open. You understand? It's gonna be
Salute,
on.
bro. Stay
100.
safe out there, man.
All right, so I appreciate you, bro.
Yeah, stay safe out there. Enjoy the rest of your time
Yeah.
at night.
I can't tell who all's on the panel, man. I just heard us three talking, and I think it was
Hmm.
another brother on earlier, but
Yeah, it
cause
was
he
the other
got the
brother.
banner up,
I
cause
think
so in
his name
case
is
he was,
Mike. Yeah, he was on
yeah, that's what I
early.
thought. Is that the former military guy, right?
Yeah.
Yeah,
He
yeah,
was
that's
on
what I
early.
thought. He was talking to me. Yeah, I appreciate him too,
Yeah,
man. If you're still
yeah.
listening, Mike, man, I appreciate your words, man, of comfort, man, and it's well needed, and I appreciate it, man. But you're absolutely right what you were saying, and he spoke some encouraging, educational information for all of us. But yeah, at the end of the day, man, I just don't want us brothers, to make the mistake I made and challenge them in a way that not really necessary. I mean, I don't. I mean, trust me, it wasn't no big thing. What was going on? It's just I'm upset. I'm in my house. you know, I got an unruly child I'm dealing with, and I wanted the child out of my house. That she wasn't going to be accepting discipline or doing what she's told to do. All she had to do is do what she was told to do. There wasn't going to be any physical discipline. You know, at the end of the day, I didn't wake up and say, I'm going to spank my granddaughter today. I woke up and said, man, look here, man, I'm planning to feel good, eat something. I was planning to go get me a manicure and a pedicure that day. You know what I'm saying? I never made it. I got the jewelry. You know what I'm saying? So that jewelry. Let me say that correctly. So at the end of the day, man, you know it is what it is. But I just want to share that, and it's a load off my chest to let y'all know what's happening. Um, I know, man. Let me tell you something. No man, no real man or real woman wants the popos called to their house. Period. Let me just say that. You know what I'm saying? If you haven't experienced it, when you know you're not breaking any laws and all that kind of stuff, and that show up, and there's no physical fighting, none of that stuff going on, it's a real situation when they get there. Just know that. So don't try not to escalate it. But you know, it happened. The mistake I made is, you know, feeling like I was in control. And I was using my verbiage to show that I was in control. This is mine, respect it. Don't come in here talking crazy, none of that. You know, if anything, take that child out of here and everything be peaceful. You know what I'm saying? But they ain't trying to hear that. They ain't trying to hear take the child out of the house, you know, and all that type of stuff. Let alone, you know, kill a dope out without a correct eviction notice. You know what I'm saying? So just wanted
Yeah,
to share that with everyone because it's real in the field. It's real in the
bro.
field.
Like I said, like I've been
Yeah,
telling you, man. You know, that's just one part of it. But like I told you, the
right.
bottom line is, like what I brought up a little earlier about the foundation, man. Like when we get into these relationships, most people don't take the time. You got to make sure, or most of us don't. Like you got to make sure that this person you rocking with is really going to be
Absolutely.
put you in the same position you're going to put them if you loving them like that. If it's
Exactly.
unbalanced, you know, everybody got to think, oh, it got to be 50-50. No, it don't. They got to
Mm-hmm.
be 100-100.
100.
Y'all both got to bring 100 to the table. And if you get into a relationship with somebody and you you got to make sure that this person and you going to be on the same page and that y'all going to put y'all relationship paramount and it's going to become before everything. And if you
Right.
can't, 'cause people rush with relationships. You rush. You don't take people don't they want to be so quick with stuff. They don't take the time to make sure you and this person on the same page. Because if you don't, you get these type of things. You get these type of things where they have loyalties outside of you. You can't be more loyal to that person than they are to you. Because
Absolutely.
if that's the case, you need not be with them. And
Right.
most people don't take the time to secure that part first
Yeah. You're
because you
gonna
so
lose.
caught up on it. You so caught up because you like this individual for whatever reason it is.
Mm-hmm.
You know, beauty, personality, finances, otherwise, that you don't make sure that something as important as that will come into play, especially when you getting in situations where y'all not the original family shit. When you taking on a situation where you're not the original one, when you coming
Absolutely.
in and there's other baggage there from that person's previous relationship. So
Absolutely.
whenever you getting involved with somebody and that's the case, gotta make sure.
I say
But
this.
most don't. But most of us don't.
Right.
We liking who we liking and fuck I'll cross that bridge when you get there. Yeah, you gonna cross that motherfucker. You best believe you going to if you don't deal with it
Right.
at the time you should. See,
I tell you, it
that's the real problem there. Like it's not even
it
so
took me
much.
about 18 years to see everything you're saying right now. It took me
Yeah,
about 18 years to see that in my home. I'm gonna keep it
yeah,
100. You know what I'm saying?
yeah.
And I
Cause we
now
don't be thinking
now
about
well
that. 'Cause you really don't be thinking about that shit in the beginning. Like you really be thinking about nobody really be thinking about that shit in the beginning.
Right, exactly. And let me say this, because of who I am and the way how I love or treat other people, when I get,
Yeah, you breaking up. Say that again.
I
You
said
breaking up, Cinto.
because of me. Okay,
Try it again.
let me know.
Try it.
I'm on that road right now. All right,
Try it
because
again.
of who I am and how I love and care for people. How's that?
Yeah, that sounds
How I
good
sound now?
for now.
Okay.
Yeah, good.
All
Go
right.
ahead.
The way I care for people, I
Damn,
already know
Susie.
I'm a little extra. I'm a little extra
Uh-huh.
when it comes to that. You see what I'm saying? So if I
Yeah.
have a genuine care in my heart for you, a real true love for you, whatever if you could be my partner or you could be my woman, whichever one it is, that's when I say partner, I mean like my homie. Like
I know
my
what you
best
mean.
friend
Yeah,
is
I
my
know what you
partner,
mean.
is my dog. Like me and you,
Yeah,
boy.
yeah,
You know what I'm saying?
yeah,
So when
yeah,
I have
yeah.
that genuine love for you or that genuine care, I'm gonna give you all of me. I'm not gonna give you a portion
Mhm.
or a smidgen. I'm giving you all of me because I feel that genuine love from you. But at the same time, like when like my wife and my best friend, even my best friend, I would they go police right here. Let me quit tripping. I have postpartum too. I have to admit that. I have
Mhm.
postpartum. You know what I'm saying? But anyway,
Mhm.
um, my best friend, look, that's my brother, man. But I already know he's not going to give it to me in the raw, 100% as far as what's going on with him, like I give it to him. You see what
Mhm.
I'm saying? When it come down to my wife, I I I, I saw it earlier, but I was blocking it because, like you said, I'm blinded by love, and I want to make sure she
Yeah.
feels me in the way. There's no doubt about how I feel about her. So
Yeah. That's
when I
mine
gave my
now.
love to my wife from the beginning to the end, I gave her all of me. I wanted her to know that I was willing to die for my woman. You know what I'm saying? That's the kind of love I have when I have a love for a woman. I'm willing to die for you. When I got a family member, I'm willing to die for you. My best friend, I take a bullet for that dude. Real talk.
Mhm.
And won't even think twice about it because of the fact that I love them that much that I'm willing to sacrifice all of me for them. But like my man Pierce was saying, you need to be equally loving that person like they loving you because my wife had been showing me the level of energy behind some of the stuff she do for me or how she showed me love in a long time. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. You
If
know how they
ever,
say.
if
You know how
ever,
they say.
you know what I'm
You know
saying?
how they say. How they say in Christian and like in the church, it's like you got to
Yeah,
be equally
agape,
yoked. Equally yoked.
equally
If you
yoked.
ain't
Yeah,
equally,
equally
if
yoked.
you ain't
Yeah,
equally yoked, if you ain't equally
hmm
yoked, like
you got
you
nothing.
gotta, because I've seen it. Like I said,
Hmm.
my parents showed me that shit. Because like I told you, my father was my mom's second husband, and you know, it was about, and she experienced like whatever she experienced in her first marriage. But when it came to them two, like my parents is buried together.
Right,
You understand? They
right.
like and what I practice, the coach I practice said you should find a person in this life that you love, that love that you could it could translate into the next life, like the next
Absolutely.
world, the after
Wow.
world. That love should be so strong that it even goes into the afterworld. So you got to make sure like y'all on that same page. And like I said, generally speaking, most people just don't do that. You
Hmm.
like them who you like them for whatever reason you liking them at the time, and we overlook these things and don't look at it. And like I said, like there should be a way. There's a way to do everything. There's protocol, and most people don't follow good protocol with most things that they do in their life. So when we get in situations like that, you get with somebody. Cause my mom told you when I told you the story. I said I was a couple of chicks that I dated over the years. When I saw how
Hmm.
they dealt with their kids and they didn't discipline the kids, I ended them shits.
Right, right.
I ended them shits right there. I told one girl, uh, um, because when she said some shit about, 'cause I was like how the kid was talking back, and the kid was behaving in a certain way,
Hmm.
and he was like about with a kid father. So I said, well, you need to be with that nigga. I'm out. I ended that shit right there. I said, that's who the fuck you need to be with. And we wasted my motherfucking time. I ended that shit
Now,
right there. So
hey, I'm that type of dude too, Peeps. I think I told you that, man. Before I got married, man, most
yeah,
every relationship I had an expiration date on because I'm a low tolerance type of cat, man. And when I get that Keith, what's his name? Keith Chief, is that his name? When I get that feeling, that stuff I don't like,
oh yeah,
I'm
Chief
out.
Keef.
Yeah, I'm out. You know what I'm saying? So,
Yeah.
when a woman showed me something I don't like, man, it's courtesy for her. I give her one strike. I give her one strike,
Yeah.
and then after that, if I see another strike come through, I'm out.
That's a
And
good
so
point.
I knew I was that type. I knew that's who I was. So I didn't want to.
Yeah.
When I felt that love for my wife, I said I better go ahead and get married because if I don't, it's gonna be curtains. And I said if
See,
I
but
get
those are
married,
the
I
things.
gotta work through it. You know what I'm saying?
But see, those are the things that be hurting us. Like, cause see, most of us is not taught in our youth how to date properly. Like, these are things that you can like they have that old saying like courting. You know, they say you
Yeah,
courting,
yeah,
courting and stuff like that. There is a technique to that shit. There
absolutely.
there, and most of us learn most of the stuff that we learn on our own. Nobody,
Right.
it's not like somebody it's not like your father or your mother
Take you
or your
by
father
your
take you by
hand
your hand
and show you the
and take
ropes.
you out there and show you exactly. Now, this is why
Yeah.
you do this. This is why
Right.
you do that. You see
Right.
this? When you talk to a woman, you still talk to her like most of us, we learn it from our peers
Mhm.
out in the streets, out on our own. You understand? Like
Mhm.
I had a few older, I got a couple of things from my parents, but a lot of that stuff I got from like older cousins and uncles and stuff like that, certain little jewels they dropped. But people don't really take the time to really groom and teach. And a lot of this stuff we learning on our own. So you don't know how to find out what you need to find out because there's things you need to know.
Right. Absolutely.
It's shit we need to know. And we don't be finding that shit out until it's too late.
Exactly.
You know what I'm
Exactly.
saying? You don't be finding that shit out till after the fact. It's like, God damn.
Mhm.
So you wish somebody could have taught you that shit. But that's how it is. So it's unfortunate, that we gotta go through these things and then find out, like in your case, you done invested over 20 years into certain shit. But had you going into the relationship, had we knew what you was looking for, and there's certain things that you need to see before, because you said you had that thought, but I better do this now
Yeah.
before something happened and ended it. See, that wasn't a good thing.
Right.
That
Right.
wasn't really a good thing
And
because
looking back,
it
it
made you
wasn't.
do something.
Because hindsight 2020, and
Like,
you're right, it was a good thing. If I
cause
stayed
I've
the
done it
course,
too. Cause
yeah.
I've done this shit too.
Yeah, I think we all get to that point, But if I had
Yeah.
stayed the course of the cat that I was then, before I took this woman's hand in marriage, I wouldn't be sitting here talking about this right now. You know what I'm saying?
Hmm.
Whether or not I would have been in the position that I'm in right now, with my business, or otherwise, is I don't know.
You don't
But
know. Yeah, you
at the
just don't
same
know.
time, now I'm gonna say this. I'm gonna say a couple things. This is off topic. I just want to say shout out to A17 and Mrs. A17, and I want to say shout out to Mrs. Cal Davis because I know Cal was here for a second, and then Cal, I reached out to him a couple times already to get back on this panel.
Hmm.
I want to thank them for sharing their husband's times with us. Cal said something very profound that we all need to hear.
Yeah.
And A17 said a plethora of things that we all should take heed to. And the other brother, Michael, shout out to his wife too, if he's married, uh, for his wife allowing him to share that time with us. And any brothers or women with good spouses in their life, hey, shout out to you. I'm not down on marriage, uh, but because I've had this is the part I really want to hit on. Most of these 21 years have been good. Don't get me wrong. I'm not the kind of cat. you know, a lot of people thought our marriage was perfect because I didn't allow a lot of arguing between me and my wife. I'm not gonna sit up and do that with her. If I gotta do that with her all the time, we definitely don't need to be together. But at the same time, it's a lot of little stuff. You know what I'm saying? But with that saying, not a lot of arguing. There's a lot of stuff that fester inside too, because we're not addressing it like we should. Because see, I don't believe in. I don't want to have a discussion about something that upsets me with my wife right then and there because it's not going to come out correctly. It's going to be some up tempo tone voice. It's going to be some attitude, and she's going to get attitude. It's right, you know, vice versa. We're going to be feeding off each other's negative energy, and you know, for the majority of my marriage, I didn't allow that because I always try to lead by example. You know, what I didn't want, I started with me. I didn't want to be arguing all the time with my woman, so I didn't sit up and pick arguments with my woman and all that, you know, on a regular basis throughout this relationship. And so you know, yeah, my wife, she's put her hands on me 3 different times, but she didn't hurt me or nothing like that. You know, it wasn't nothing serious, but it was enough, you know, for me to let her know, don't put your hands on me. I don't put my hands on you. You know, we ain't be doing that. And that last time she did, she was a little bit more serious, it seemed like, and I had to show her that I was serious, so I left home for a week and a half to get my point across and to let her know that this ain't the kind of relationship I said I do to. So anyway, other than that, I'm not saying it was a bad marriage. It just hadn't been the greatest of marriages in my opinion for the past 3 years. It could have been better. Um, but I'm not telling anyone who's seeking love and matrimony that it's a bad thing because I'd be lying to you. I felt the marriage completed me as a person, and I had great times with it. We've had some great experiences, and I've made some accomplishments in my life because I had that foundation of marriage at home. So just want to get that out there. But at the same time, what my man Puges is saying, and I'm co-signing what he's saying, uh, be sure as much as you possibly can about your instincts or what you're about to put yourself through when it comes to relationships. Pay attention to the signs and all the cues, because sometimes those early signs and cues are really telling you the truth. Sometimes when we fall in love with somebody, we're blinded and we don't want to, you know, really pay attention to it because we want what we want. You know what I'm saying? But at the same time, uh, I have a better understanding of why some marriages don't last. I was always that person that thought I could fix everything and thought,
Hello, Central, still there? Yeah, this banner is up, so I can't even see who's on. I can't see who else is on there. I don't know if he got knocked off, if he's in a bad area. But yeah, man, when it comes to relationships and stuff like that, um, you know, it's an area where most of us make a lot of mistakes, you know, and you just gotta, you know, do the best you can. But you know, like one of my spiritual teachers mentioned to us years ago, man, see, that's the area where most of us make the most of our mistakes. You're young, so you're listening to your peers. You don't really know much more than you know about that. But if you're really looking to have a serious relationship and go into something like a marriage or something, just something serious, man, you and that individual really need to be on the same page. And if they can't, and that's what you're really looking for, you got to move in another direction. And just take that time. You don't got everything don't have to be so fast if that's what you're looking for. Now, if you're just trying to kick it, that's a whole nother story. If you're really trying to get that, you and that person got to be on that same page. Y'all got to be each other's top priority. And if that can't be the case, probably shouldn't happen. You know? But as in all things, there's a strategy and a way to apply all things when it comes to that. You know, as a person, you just got to find ways to better apply all of these type of things. Because if you take most, because this is something I apply to myself in my own personal relationships. Like, you know, I take responsibility for my part in everything that didn't go right. You got to be willing to do that. And when you take the time to do that and you go through it with a fine-tune point of when you go through it with a measure of looking at it with from the perspective of like really looking deep into it, you're gonna see where you made mistakes at, and whoever you chose that didn't work. You know, because you'll take the time and really look at yourself. You'll see where you turned a blind eye about some things you could have dealt with differently. You know, like I said, we're not taught these things as so many things in the society that we just not taught from our youth. Because trying to find the right person is something that can be taught properly how to go about that from a young age. You'll do better at it. And most of us, that's just not the case. You know, just like in the Black community, you know, we're not really taught from children how to pursue certain finances and things like that. You're not taught that. You're not 9 times out of 10, you're gonna do as well as those who were. So same thing in relationships and dating. And finding that right person. You're gonna make a lot of mistakes before you come across, if you're lucky enough to come across that right person. Because that even with those mistakes, there's still no guarantee that you're gonna come across that person. It's like a key. Many keys can fit into a slot, but only the right one can open it. You know? So when it comes to things like that, when you lose that time, you can't get it back. Like brother A17 said, like they don't, you know, factor in the fact of the money you put out, all these different things. Chances are you ain't getting that back, you know? So you just gotta chalk it up to experience, learn from it, and move forward. And pass the information on to the ones behind you so that they can do better and be better for it, you know? And it's all said and done. But I wish my man the best, man. Hold his head and get through this. Orlando versus Raw. Any other topics, man? Y'all want to speak on boxing or something? To my man Cinto get back on. Check the chat out. Got my man Aaron Calderon. It's like Dracula. You can't invite them in. LOL. Facts. Word. Cinto said he was backstage. 317. I'm listening backstage. Terrell Gosberry. Salute 817. We build as men. I know this. We get talking and we be all going through the same ish. That's a fact. Terrell Gosberry. Peace. Cintos. I pray things get better for you, brother. Could we be soldier and we don't gotta be. 502 King, not the dominant one of the estate once you get married. Yeah, sad but true. Santos again, saying he backstage again. Patricia Shelton, she had up the two prayer hands. And Eric Gomes had up the bomb squad. Let's see, Santos trying to get back on. I'll get knocked off. Let me try jab. Backstage. Okay, Central might be coming back on. So. Oh shit, I might get knocked off. Terrell Goes said, man, I'm getting older. I just literally hurt my ankle doing absolutely nothing. Shaking my head. I'm looking around the crib. Damn, bro, be careful, man. Or as you get older, them aches and pains be coming through like a mug. All right, Central said he backstage now. Trying to get back on. I guess he should be back on shortly. Let's see if I can get back on. Not sure if he's still up. Fuck. Yeah, I reached out to Kyle. I'm trying to get you back on, Cinto. You can hear me. I'm trying to get I just reached out to him. I'm hoping he's still up or busy. I'll call me. Then I'll call Tim. Okay.
Oh, there we go. There we go. There we go. Back.
Yeah, back on. Good.
Man, you know what, man? When you text me, man, I misread it. I thought you were backstage. I thought you got knocked out. I must have got knocked off a while ago, and I've been running my mouth talking like a summer gun until I got
Yeah,
out of the
you
truck.
knocked off. You've
Didn't
been off
even
for a
know it.
while. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah,
You
I
off
was
for
going, dog. I went in. I was thanking the wives of 817, that cat Mike, and Cal Davis, for allowing us
No, you
to
was
have
still
a
on.
great time.
No,
I wasn't.
you was
Okay, okay,
no, you was still on then. You was on then, but
okay.
you went off a little while after that. But you was on
Uh,
at that time. When you did that, you was still on the show. Yeah, you maybe a couple of minutes after that, you got knocked
okay.
off.
Yeah,
Now
I
you
was
was
thinking
still
you were knocked out. I was like, I said, there, 87. I mean, Peter's got knocked off. So I
nah, I
saw
was
the I
on.
saw the I saw the link come over. I said, hey, anybody want to get on the panel? The link is in. The link is up. I was,
Nah, you wasn't
I
on.
was, look,
Yeah.
I got out of the truck when I was getting out of the truck one time. I said, hey, my brother, hold it down for me for a second. I'm gonna jump out here and get this load delivered. And
Mm-hmm.
man, I didn't know the whole time. So I be having my tablet. I be having it face down a lot of times to keep the glare out of the windshield.
Mm-hmm.
And so I didn't know I was off, man. I was like, man, I'm the one off.
Yeah, that whole
Anyway,
time you was the one that
that's
was on.
crazy, man. I'm talking a mile a minute too. But yeah, man, it is what it is, man. If y'all want to talk about boxing, we can. Somebody say something in the chat to let us know what it is with you. Shout out to everyone in the chat. I saw Patricia Shelton that came through. Shout out to my cousin. Cuz I'm gonna be all right. You know what I'm saying? I'm just going through a little lump in the road, and I'm gonna be all right. You know, I'm gonna fix that wheel, keep it moving. Yeah. So yeah, man, I was going, man. I thought, Terrell, what's up, my brother? Uh, much love to you, man, and we're gonna keep the wheels rolling. And anybody has anything they want to add to tonight's conversation, feel free. I know I've talked enough about myself. You know, I guess this was a Centos Chronicle night um, with the inspiration of my brothers coming to my rescue and helping me articulate what we're speaking on. Um, so, you know, it is what it is. But at the end of the day, I know I can talk to you all and get some positive or much needed feedback that I need to hear. You know, no matter if it sounds negative or positive to me, I can get my encouragement right here. So I knew I was going to, you know, eventually share with you all what I've experienced these last 10 days. But you know, when true facts is when A17 came on, it sparked me. It sparked me. You know, I was happy to hear his voice, and I know he's a man that has a lot of wisdom, and he's a family man, first of all. You know, and you know, I'd already talked to a couple of my comrades that I well do respect, and they've given me their point of view on it. And you know, sometimes you don't mind hearing from others as well. You know, not that you don't trust the people that you respect and want to hear. You want to receive some information from, some conversation from. But it's just another source of therapy to hear. For me, it is to hear others speak in that perspective. You know, um, I um, I respect the opinions of my peers. I really do. And I a lot of times when I'm talking to you all about my situations, if I'm speaking about some negativity that's going on in my life at the time, relationship wise or just me individual wise, I'm speaking to you all for feedback because even though I've talked to other people that I know personally in my life back home, when I speak to you all, it gives me more certification. Whether or not I'm totally wrong about how I'm moving about something, or if I'm more right about how I'm moving about something, or if I'm indifferent in any kind of way. So I get that I mean that positive or much needed feedback that tells me to straighten up from you guys, and I appreciate it. I don't want you guys to think I don't appreciate it, and I don't take it for granted. I really don't. But I know I can trust that somebody out of all the people that come to this panel, somebody's gonna give it to me the right way. And I knew I've already talked to those that I talked to I know would give it to me the right way. But I also knew that cat, that man, that wise spoken brother, A17, I knew he would give me some words of encouragement. And you know, internally I knew that. So it sparked me to speak out about what I was experiencing. So just want to give folks, you know, uh, opportunity to understand where I've been these last few days. And thanks to my brother for coming on here and sharing some love. And thanks to the brother Mike for sharing his wisdom as well and love. And he spoke well about what we do. We're trying to prevent folks from having the same negative experience I've had. And some of the other people that have probably had those negative experiences with, you know, that's the main idea. We supposed to try to uplift, educate, and edify and teach one another so we don't all make the same mistakes going forward. That's how you love on you. That's one of the ways you love on your people, and that's one of the ways you help and get some understanding to them that things can be handled certain ways, and you might want to try not to handle it this way or that way, but try this way. You know, so you know what you saw, what you guys have heard out here has been nothing but pure love tonight. But anyway, this Belanga versus Rose. Hey, what's that cat's first name? Pugus? Is that Steve Rose or something like that? Is that his first name?
I think it's Steve, if I remember correctly.
Yeah,
Steve.
that ought to be a pretty good fight. Then. I think Steve Rose pretty good.
Yeah,
If I
it's a
remember
decent
correctly.
fight. It's a little bit of a step up for him, but you know, just type of things you need.
Man, I gotta
To
figure out how
develop
to get
it.
this fire stick to work in my room, man. Either on the
It's still
television
not working?
or I couldn't figure out how to get. I couldn't. The hotel I was in, it wasn't working for me on the television. But I didn't try it on my laptop because man, these last 2 days I haven't been getting into my room early as I should have, and I've been I've been down on some rest. You know what I'm saying? But
Yeah.
oh man, you got me. We did at the same time.
Yeah.
Unbeknownst to us. My bad.
I
But
went to the
at the
store
same
real
time,
quick.
when I have more time, hopefully I have more time today to spend to myself in my room, and I can go ahead and try to get that thing hooked up. Get it working, either by
Yeah.
laptop or television. I don't care which one. I just want to have access to it, so when it's time for me to enjoy whatever I need, you know, over the weekend, I can feel right at home. Well, I ain't gonna
Is
say right at home, but
the
I can
room
feel
you in,
comfortable.
they got the TV got a bunch of cables in it? Like
Say what now?
the room that you in, the TV got like cables in it, different cables, a bunch of cables in it.
Yeah, the TV in the hotel room. Yeah, they do.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, you gotta get rid of them. Get past the
Yeah,
cable. Shit.
I'm gonna see if I can make it work on my laptop. You think that's possible?
I don't know. All I ever know about is TV.
Yeah.
I never heard for them. Nobody even use it on the laptop, but
Yeah, I'm hoping it can work on because I mean to me the television is like a big monitor, a big
yeah.
monitor.
Uh-huh.
So I'm gonna do what I can. We'll see.
Yeah.
I got plenty of time to figure it out though. I
Yeah.
know that.
If you ever take
Hey,
the
this be
cords out, one of them,
this
I'm
be the
sure, like, it's cabled in the in the hotel, right?
yeah they got cable.
So I'm
Well,
sure one of those cables.
they got a little bit of cable.
Yeah, a little bit of cable, at least like basic
Yeah,
cable or something like that. So I'm sure one of them cords is for that.
yeah.
It's for the cable.
Hmm.
You know?
Yeah, I'm gonna see what I can do on it. See what I can make it happen. Yeah, man. Yeah, this will be the longest I've ever stayed away from home, man, and also be the longest I've ever stayed in any kind of hotel or resort or whatever. You know what I'm
Yeah, that shit's crazy, man.
saying? Yeah,
It's
most
real
definitely.
crazy, man. How life work, man. Fucking up, man.
Hmm.
Yo, that stupid shit, man.
Yeah.
Crazy, man.
Well, it is what it is, man. I don't like it one bit, but at the same time,
Shit, you good.
they're showing me who has control, man, and I don't like it one bit, but I just gotta understand it. You know what I'm saying? And I got to know how to move from this point on. It's another life experience to have under my belt, and not one that I wanted, but at the same time, that's exactly what it is, and I just got to know how to move from this point
Hold
on.
on a second, bro.
Yeah,
Hold
okay,
on a second.
okay. All right.
Hold on.
Oh, gotta get over. I gotta get over here. Man, it's so foggy out here, man. Shoot, can't even how to tell these roads I'm driving on. You know what I'm saying? It's foggy to the mud. There we go. Flip a little something. Man, this fog is something. But yeah, it's gonna be on and popping. You know, gonna be on and popping. Gonna be, man. This fog got me riding like darn. I got a long ways to go. Now I'm seeing that spot. This fog got me riding like driving Miss Daisy, man. I feel like Hogue up in this joint. Hey Hogue, take me to the store. I'm trying to drive you to the stove. Yep, I'll tell you. It's a serious situation out with this fog, man. This fog is thick up in Huntsville, Alabama. Look at this thick. Look at that thick. That's that thickness. That's that thick. That's that there booty meats. That's some there booty meats. That's what that voiceover would be saying. That white dude, the country white dude, they use him as a voiceover on TikTok and on Instagram. When them guys trying to show their tail off, how thick they are. You know what I'm saying? Trying to show that body. Talking about that body heat. Yeah, this fog is as thick as these sisters out here. You understand me? Thick. It's real thick. Thicker than thick. Nah, I mean, chill. Gotta make sure you understand thickness when you see it or when you're in it. When it comes to fog, you understand? Yeah, I tell you, got a little bump in pay from a route, which was very much needed, man. They gave me a little increase in pay, which is not an increase in pay. It's just pretty much a wash for the extra expense of fuel that I'm using to run this route. So I like what they're giving me. I wanted another $100 a week, to be honest with you, but I'll take what they're giving me. You know what I'm saying? I got a $400 increase, so I'm gonna be out here more on the weekends, running around like I used to, a little bit more aggressively, because I've been meaning to, but I hadn't seen it in numbers to make me want to get out of here. But now that I'm gonna be living a lifestyle the way I'm living it, it'll do me some good to get a little bit more disciplined about getting out here working late night, because more like what I'll do is I'll go to my room for the next month and rest like I'm supposed to, then get up and watch television and still have enough energy to go out and make that bread. You know what I'm saying? So if I can, make an additional a few $1,000 a month added to my current income, I'm gonna be okay. And I'll make it through this. The only thing about it, I've got to get my head around the fact that while I'm out of the house, I got to pay, 2 places. I don't like that at all. I'm contemplating whether or not at this point I need to let my wife know you're gonna have to kick in. But before I do that, I got to have some realism with myself, one-on-one, to know, am I going to be asking her to do that because because I don't feel that it's right that I pay the whole entire mortgage like I have been paying, or am I going to tell her to do that just to inconvenience her? I don't know yet. I got to search my soul and do some more thinking, and it's both our credits that's at stake. I don't want to ruin my credit. Then again, when I'm upset, I don't give a crap, because I say I'll rebuild it again. But, I think honestly, I know I'm better off with my credit being stellar versus my credit being less stellar. So it is what it is. So I just got to figure it out, what I'm going to do on that end. But more than likely, just keeping it real and 100%, I'm probably going to pay that mortgage, just like a homie told me last week. He said, man, I know you, brother. He said, you've been a good example for me. He said, he said, I know who you are. And I know at the end of the day, you're going to do the right thing. So I know you're upset and you're saying you're not going to pay the mortgage and all that. He said, but I know you're going to do the right thing. At the end of the conversation, I said, yeah, you're probably right, man, to be honest with you. I said, but at the same time, I don't think it's right for me to have to pay it. But it is what it is, man. I'm a man at the end of the day, man, and I'm not going to trip about, the decisions that I made. I made them because I love my wife and I love my family that came with my wife. But right now we got some situations at hand that doesn't work for either any of us, and you know, it has me feeling like a man apart. If you understand the pun there is what oh in my pocket. I was looking worried about what my keys were. They in my pocket, and so I think I'm gonna end up doing the right thing because see, at the end of the day, I'm the type person. Once I build something, I don't want to break it down if I don't have to. I want to keep it propped up, and I'm gonna need my credit to be in order for me to move forward in life if I have to. So it's one of them type of situations, and just gonna do what I gotta do. More than likely, Uh, I'm one of those type of person. You put me in a pit of vipers. If they don't kill me when I first get in there, I'm gonna figure out a way how to get out of there. So with the Lord's help, I'm gonna figure out how to navigate and move through this little trying time right here. It's gonna be a little financial crunch on me, but I'll make it. You know, uh, it's just what it is. And it'll get to the point where I get comfortable, and it's gonna help me actually, if to have to go through this because I get in a comfort mode and I understand the assignment that's at hand. Because if I have to actually be out of my house for a period of time in the future, and I have to pay, to live somewhere else, it's not going to be a scary moment to me. I will already have the experience of what it's going to be like. So that's it's good and it's bad all at the same time. But I got to do what I got to do to look out for numero uno this time, and just do what I'm supposed to do. You know what I'm saying? Uh, I'm just gonna uh, I'm just gonna do what I gotta do. Period. Point blank. You know what I'm saying? And life's good. But anyway, I'm looking forward to getting down there at Dallas. Hopefully, if it all be the will of the Most High, my relief that I hope continues to want to be my relief. If this guy holds true to his word, we supposed to work out a situation where he replaces me whenever I want to do things like take some fights, and of course I'm gonna pay him handsomely to make sure he want to continue to do it. Plus he's trying to upstart his business, doing what I do, and you know I want to help encourage the brother all I can, especially if it's gonna be a help for me, because I just need to be able to get away some weekends so I can enjoy myself and congregate with my brothers and sisters that alive and in, up close and in person. You know what I'm saying? So that's what I'm looking forward to. And in the meantime, in between time, I'm gonna be working my butt off to try to keep the ends meets satisfied, and so I can provide myself those opportunities to see go check these fights and things out. So anyway, I'm looking forward to the Dallas trip. I need to go ahead and book up some hotels and planes and things like that. Well, the hotel I ain't worried about too much. I got a hookup that's gonna help me, and in that aspect, it still might be a little expensive, but not as expensive as it can be. But at the same time, get in a nice little spot, and I'm looking forward to it. I just can't, now. My wife hadn't told her I was going. I just let her know when I'm going somewhere. That's what I do. Um, and I don't have to tell her anything now. I don't live there. So I've been telling the police that used to be the house I owned, but I don't own it now. Since they took it away from me. But anyway, I'm gonna go out. I'm gonna get out of the truck for a second, do this delivery. Then I'm jumping back in. Okay. just so if anybody's wondering, I've been offered by numerous amount of friends to come and stay at their place, their homes. But at the end of the day, I'm a man, and I appreciate all of the friends, my personal friends that have offered me some room and board, right? But man, I feel that people need their space, and that's why they get their own places of living, and I want to respect that of all of my friends, and I keep reiterating that to them. I say y'all need your space, and I need my space too. I like to be when I get out of the shower, man. I might not want to put no drawers on. You know what I'm saying? I'm just gonna keep it real. That's who I am. So I respect that other people, especially my homies that got ladies and stuff. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, I'm cool with all of them, but they ladies ain't used to me being around their house in shorts or tank tops or however I'm gonna come out, chilling. And I don't want to, change that part of me. So to me, yeah, it costs me money to stay in these rooms and stuff. But at the end of the day, I have my privacy, and I appreciate that because I can live around where I want to or chill or whatever. You know what I'm saying? Because to me, it's nothing like being uncomfortable. Sitting around the house with a bunch of clothes on. And you can't relax. And you can think clearly. I can't. You know what I'm saying? But it is for me. So, thank God I worked my butt off enough to be able to look out myself financially on this situation, because it could be a little different. Could be a lot different. It could have been that dude's barely scraping by and not have any credit. And see, this. Let me tell you, sometimes like this is when you need to have your credit in order. Real talk. And I'm not trying to talk down about nobody. I mean anyone, because if anyone out here who's struggling trying to figure out how to get their credit in order, I'd be more than happy to, offline, discuss your situation if you want to do that, and help. It ain't rocket science, first of all, and yes, it's not as easy as it sounds. I don't like the way my truck sounds. There you go. Okay, better enough. So anyway, I got a couple of people that personal friends of mine, and I'm working with out here, to try to help them, you know, get their stuff back in order. You know what I'm saying? Because I've been there. I hadn't always had good credit. You know what I'm saying? By the grace of God, I have it now. But the difficulty part for me versus the average person is I'm self-employed, so it's still a complication for me because I have to prove income in most cases. And in some cases, I don't, depending on what I'm trying to purchase. Because it's like if I want to get a mortgage or something like that, if I'm dealing with a bank that doesn't require you to show proof of income, I'm good. But if I got to show proof of income, then there's a problem because then I got to break out the bank statements and all that kind of stuff. You know what I'm saying? Matter of fact, okay, anyway, that's another thought. I got to break out the financial statements and all that stuff. Not bank statements. Well, sometimes you need bank statements, but financial statements is what I was referring to. And that your profit and loss sheet may not coincide with what you're actually the way the way you're actually living. So it can be a problem. So I'm just saying. But if you don't have to prove income, you have good credit, then you're good to go. You know what I'm saying? And I thank God that I've got myself in that space where I can charge something if I don't want to use my cash. You know what I'm saying? And so it is what it is. Yeah, it's a bill that's being created at the end of the day, but at the same time, you might need that cash for something else at that moment. So it's a two-headed monster right there. But I thank God that He's given me the abilities to get myself at a point where I can still look out for myself. That's the plus side I have. I don't have to, but it can get, these expenses can add up. And if you don't have enough revenues or income coming in to wash these expenses, it's going to be a problem. I guarantee it. You need more revenue or more. You need more gross income, period, than what you have outgoing. You know, if you got $5,000 a month to pay out, you need to have at least you need to net at least, I would say $10,000, but for me that's still well, 10,000 be cool. You know, $8,000 to $10,000 you can still flow. If that's what your net is, opposed to your outgo of 5,000, you're still gonna be good because you can keep stacking money because it only costs you 5,000 to live. So, uh, gotta have more than coming in than what you have going out. But if you got, you know, a significant amount more um, coming in than what's going out, then you're gonna be A plus because you're gonna have comfort. You're not gonna have any stress financially, and that's a good thing not to have. But um, you know, it is what it is. I mean, my situation comes with, you know, a lot of thought about, you know, what the future holds for us as a family. You know what I'm saying? So it is what it is. But I thank God I was able to make a move like I did, so I can, you know, stay in a spot that is not going to require me to have to move day after day. You know what I'm saying? Or every 2 days, every 3 days, or whatever it may be. It gets a little old, you know. Yeah, it's cool to move around from hotel to hotel when you just think about it. It is, but no, it's not cool at the end of the day because that's 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 no way to live, you know, out of the suitcase. I'm telling you. You know, I miss my recliner. I ain't gonna lie to y'all. I miss my recliner big time. Miss it. I enjoyed it. Loved it. Wanted some more of it. You know what I'm saying? If you know, if they gave me all my belongings out of that house and I didn't have to be responsible for it, the house itself, I'm good. You know. But at the same time, and gave me part of that 200 plus thousand dollars worth of equities in that house. Shoot, I'm good. They don't have to hear or see me anymore. The way I look at it, you know what I'm saying? But it is what it is, you know. So it'll work itself out. Trust me, it will. Hold on just a second. Gotta drop one off. Yep. Days and times where we live. And I tell you what, this might be the time of my life. You know, I get this cat stay on board like he and I are having our conversations right now. If he stay on board, um, I'm gonna work with him. You know, it's cheaper to have a person fill in part time than it is. I wanted to do the full time, you know, thing, you know, because I was gonna get another truck and everything, but you know, I got to put that truck on hold because I mean, we are talking about 100 plus thousand dollars, so I got to put that truck on hold and get some things ironed out on a personal level. And I still got those other trucks I need to sell or whatever. But if this cat, you know, he's gonna keep his word and gonna fill in from time to time, man, it's gonna be a beautiful thing because that'll give me the leisure to move around like I want to. If I feel like I need a break, I need to go travel somewhere for a weekend, I can do that at that point, and that's what I intend on doing. You know, whatever it takes to make me feel better and get along from day to day, that's what I need to do, in my opinion. But boxing is the subject that we're number one for talking about on this panel, and that's what I want to do more of boxing. I want to take in live boxing matches more often, and you know, you know, talk about this boxing, man. Terrell, yeah, I'm from Nashville, bro. I'm just not seeing you. What you? I know you asked me that a while ago, but I'm just not seeing it. Pugilist backstage. Oh, okay, man. I didn't know that. Shoot, I can try to reach out to Cal, man. Let me see if I can get him on it. But yeah, I'm from born and raised in Nashville and live in the surrounding areas of Nashville, right? Still to this day, you know what I'm saying? And I'm gonna see if I can get Cal for you, Puge. You call it, man. But yeah, so but I'm looking forward to looking at that Belonga and Steve Rose fight and whatever other boxing is on. Hey man, Puge's backstage. Hopefully we don't have to call you anymore, man. But Puge is backstage trying to get on. I just noticed if you can help. All right, all right. Appreciate you. Hey man, he answered the phone. Puge. I don't know if he's gonna do the job. You know how that works. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, I heard a little screeching like a like a smoker detector or something in the background. But he has the phone, so hopefully it put you up on this joint. But yeah, so anyway, I like the fact that you know, I get to look forward to boxing on the weekends. I love that, man, and I love when I'm able to be attentive to watching boxing matches and then being able to come back and speak about it to the family on YouTube. So it is what it is. So I'm looking forward this weekend. But I know we touched on it briefly last time, but that fight last weekend, man, that UK fight, man, that was a great fight, man. I love that fight, man. Those Mike Conley and that other kid, man, they were going at it, man. They were going at it. Them white hats right there. They can fight, bro, for real. And they ain't, they ain't trying to look too cute, too pretty, nothing like that. They slugging, but they actually got style about themselves. And they don't look like no punks doing it. It didn't look like the way they were fighting. I didn't look at it as two white boys just pounding each other. I looked at it as two boxers, two fighters, two good fighters going at it. And you don't know which one's gonna win this fight because it definitely the majority of the fight looked like Mike Conley gonna take care of the business, which he was taking care of business. But man, that kid he was hurting them sometimes and backing him up, and they were just giving it to each other, man. You take this one, you take that one. Nah, you take it. You take it. I got you. I got you. Back and forth, back and forth, back and forth, and back and forth. Yeah, that was a good fight, man. Matter of fact, I love that fight so much I can't even remember what the other fights were about. You know what I'm saying? Um, but yeah, yeah. I'm sorry, excuse me. Lack of sleep. I didn't get much sleep yesterday. But got a we got some boxing coming on this weekend. I'm not sure who's all fighting this weekend, but I will say this for you boxing fans, be sure to tune in to whichever promotions that are having boxing. I know a lot of us say a lot of things about we're not going to support this, we're not going to support that. Man, let's keep it 100, man. If you're a true boxing fan, it doesn't matter what platform they on. Watch that stuff, man. Watch it. Because at the end of the day, if you're a true boxing fan, you have an addiction for boxing. You might as well go and get your fix if you're able to get your fix. Now, if you got to pay for it and pay a lot of money, I can understand you might want to take some of your appetite for that Jones that's in your bones for some boxing. Because at the end of we love it. We absolutely freaking love it. You know, we love seeing people get punched in the face and see who can outsmart the other, who can outlast the other, who has better stamina, all that stuff. True boxing fan, you're not only watching the boxing, that's the impact of the boxing as far as the punches, but you're watching to see which fighter has better stamina. You're watching to see which boxer is smarter and setting traps and things of that nature. You're watching to see the style and the grace that's demonstrated by these boxers. You're watching to see how their corners handle the business when their boxers are in trouble or has a little something going on they got to take care of. You watching all of these aspects of the boxing match because you love the sport of boxing. You watching the arena's reaction and interactive response to these fighters. Keep it 100, man. At the end of the day, if you're a true fan, you're gonna be a true fan. If you're a false encounter, then that's what you are. You know what I'm saying? So just check it out, man. I don't care if it's the Zone, if it's Metro the Zone, if it's Queensberry. I don't care if it's Golden Boy. I don't care if it's Top Rank. I don't care if it's Salida, if it's just a Showtime thing with some lightweight promoters. You know what I'm saying? I wouldn't care if it's on Fox. I wouldn't care if it's on some of these smaller cable channels. If you love boxing, like you say you do, watch that stuff, man. Support this sport, man. Your viewership supports it. I understand some cats don't want to certain matches, certain organizations to get that viewership. I get it, I dig it, but same time, I got to have it because I like to get high, high, so high off my boxing, high, high, so high off my boxing. Yes, sir. I love it. I love it. I love it. I love it. Let me tell you something. There's only a few things that take my mind off of stress, strife, and imperfection. Coochie, that's number one. Boxing and the gym. Those three things take my mind off of any kind of strife or whatever I'm going through. And man, I like to have that Peterbilt you roll in there, bro. But yeah, that's just all. That's how it is. You know what I'm saying? I want to take it out just that way. So, sorry. At the end of the day, uh, that's what I love. You know, of course, family. I love family. The aspect of family. You know, I love it. I think it's a necessary joy that we need in our lives. Doesn't matter if it's your married family or if it's your blood family from your mom, your dad, or if it's your cousins, or your cousins or your sister or your brother, mother or your father, grandmother, grandfather, what have you. The sanctity of family speaks volumes to me in my heart. You know what I'm saying? Regardless of what I'm going through, just keeping it 100 and keeping it real with you guys. It is what it is. But we got to learn how to fly. We have to learn how to fly up to the skies. We got to learn how to soar. Can't always be feeling like forget what life is giving us. We're just gonna get by. You know, like you want to live life. You want to live life. Don't let life live you. Live life. You know. But yeah, I do my best around the house to not have to put on any clothes if I can help it. That's not always the case, you know. Yeah, I got friends of mine that's doing my laundry for me and everything. I asked them, can I come over and use the washing machines, to do some laundry? Yeah, bring them on over. I get over there, they doing everything for me. Laundry, won't let me buy detergent, none of that. I mean, they just take care of everything. Folded my clothes up for me, put them in my bag, and I picked them up today. I hadn't even looked at clothes because I know they're nice, fresh, and situated on the inside. You know what I'm saying? But it is what it is. So um, I have some friends out there that's looking out for me. I'm getting dinner offered to me. I'm getting uh, sleeping arrangements offered to me. And when I said sleeping arrangements, I'm about the living part of it. I ain't talking about no sex or nothing. So I've got some choices. It's a matter if I take advantage of them or not. But like I said, at the end of the day, I like my privacy. I like to give privacy, and that's what I'm doing with this hotel thing. It's a privacy thing. and I just drifted over into the other lane that I wasn't even trying to go into. Why is that? Yep. So it's what it is, man. Over here, the area that I'm in now is not as foggy as it was in Huntsville and beyond that. I don't know what you said, but no, don't do that. I'm messing up. I'm starting to experience euphoria. You know, I'm talking to myself because I'm thinking, saying, "What's up, sir? Aunt Bo, how you doing, bro?"